full of stars.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you're at. Uh-oh. Joystick's not working. Welcome back.
Danger.
We are being shot at, and my joystick is not working. One moment. Let's see if we can fix that. It's not recognizing it. Well, this is unfortunate. Alright. We'll just do a quick restart of the game here. Let's see if they'll recognize it then. Today we're planning on just doing some more flying around, find some missions, and overall build up our fleet some more. I want to get to the point where we can take on that CAC installation that we have a mission for, but it's just we've not been able to do that yet. Let's see, computer is recognizing it. Let's make sure we got calibrated. I think it's because I didn't plug it in until after I got the game started. I ran out of Pokeballs. Oh well. Get this up and going again. So yeah, gonna find some missions to run. Do our best to complete the missions without losing a bunch of ships or hull damage to where the money we get from the mission just goes into repairs. That's unfortunately been the trend. Although we've made progress. We've got the Fox now, the Terran frigate, which I'm really liking. But there is I can't remember the name of it now. There's another ship I'm going to be getting. That it's more like a gunboat. It's also Terran. One of my other viewers was talking about it last Monday. So we'll be looking to try and get that soon. Let's see. Does it recognize the control now? There it is. All right. Just had to reset the game. Turn it off and on again. Let's wait for it to load up again. And we may or may not encounter the hostiles that we were just about to have to fight there, since we're reloading. And probably will not be sitting there for the 5 minutes this time around. We'll see. We do want to technically run into some hostiles and take them down and get their loot. I would say experience, but there's no experience in that manner in this game. Come on. There is a lot for it to load, I suppose. All right, there we go. So let's take a look at where we are. Because we just, last Monday, we did deploy satellite missions up in this area. Oh, we still got a guy. And then what is that? Defense drone. That's fine. Not worried about a defense drone. I lost both of my Kukuris during that escapade. The Rapier's still out there somewhere. And we still have Velvet Thunder, which is my personal Gladius. It's docked with the Fox. There's an indicator of hostiles. We're way over there. Alright, so I'm going to get up. I'm going to let the pilot take over for a little bit.
Fox.
While I figure out where we need to go and what other missions we may try and take on. There's my scout. Alright, let's go to... I don't like this very much, but we'll go here for now. Here, make sure he doesn't have any other orders that are going to get it in the way. Scout. Start him up there. Okay, let's send him over there. Alright. We got 3 million right now. We got a factory we're trying to build for salvage operations. That's where we got the grasp. But I bought the grasp before I even had a station or good training for him to be able to do all the salvaging properly, so that's gonna have to wait.
Entering
So I don't remember
system.
which ship it was.
Argon Prime.
I think it was the Katana. Yeah, the Katana. Definitely want to get one of those. Hey, Nomad, yes, this is a modded game. You can check out, I believe this is the one I exported. I got the link in the about area on Twitch there. And it's just the Vortex, not Vortex. Yes, Vortex. I was thinking of their old manager. Just an export from Vortex of what mods I have installed and active on here. Mostly trade mods, a couple of alternative to death mods installed. That's a ship I want to get, but I need to get missions first. So raid protection. Flat to position in the reach and escort the mining ship. That just expired. Dadgum. Neutralize a Xenon station. I don't know that I'd be able to do that yet. Supplies. I don't want to do satellites in Xenon space again. That was very frustrating and not so easy. Alright, we have to look at this, something different. Let's go back to Gestafoon and see if these. There's one. We'll dock here and see if they have better missions to offer. So not right across any Yankee ships. Oh, we could go into the Xenon sector off of, I guess, a few and just start destroying some more Xenon ships to get this one done. That's another for Yankee ships. That's a promotion. We might be able to do the lockboxes in the Xenon space now, too.
Entering system.
And Fallen Families.
Second contact.
That's going to be difficult. Yes. They can drop mod parts. I don't know exactly which ones. I don't do a lot with the modding of my ships. So, but they do drop some. I know they drop the like the AGI processors. A lot of the other illegal stuff actually. So the heuristic core, AGI processor. I think the decryption modules as well. And then you craft this other stuff from it. I just never felt the need to. I know that there are. I mean, there's probably a whole bunch of benefits from it, but I always felt like it was just too time-consuming for me to go and do that. I usually, most of my playthroughs of X4, I become a trader and do really well with the trading, with the market and everything. I've never had to mod any of my trade ships. Now this playthrough, this is probably the 5th time I'm on this character, so I will probably have to get into the modding since I'm going to be focused more on combat this time. So I probably will be doing more modding. But I have not, where is it? Modifications. I've not yet, well, maybe now I do. No, it's not. I've not yet come across enough items to do any kind of modding yet. I keep checking it, and I was like, I'm not collecting anything, and I don't have, like, it's not giving me an idea of what I need to collect. So I'm going to have to look it up when I really want to do it. Well, no, I don't fear it. I've never needed it. I'm just plain and simple, I just never needed it. I've never needed it on my own ships. I usually get away, get away without modding, I guess would be the terminology, but I've never had it been like, oh, I need my weapons to hit harder or anything like that. I just find the best weapons out there. Well, if you don't know you need it until you use it and then you realize I need it, that's not an actual need. That's just a nice to have, not a need. If I'm surviving and succeeding without it, then I don't need it. If I can't do it without it, then it's a need. I'm sure it's very much nice to have, and there are some that would say that they need it, but so far I've not had to. I plan to explore it with this playthrough, but yeah, I mean, if you can do without it, it's not a need. I know it probably makes some things more fun, or I don't know. There's the shield mods, engine mods, chassis mods. So I know it does. I know it boosts things, but I've never done it. Okay. So that would be one of the engine mods, I guess. Somewhere in thrust boost charge. I'm sure it's one of those. But I've never. I mean, my traders are always faster than the NPC traders anyway, so I didn't feel like I needed to. So the chassis is going to release, make your hull less heavy. I guess that the ship mass there. Yeah. That's the one part that when I did look into it, it was like, I don't like the number crunch.
Entering system. Get so full.
And min-max and everything. I was able to get everything done without it, so I didn't care about it. The only thing I'm going to really look at hard here is the combat ones. Try and enhance the weapons capabilities for the most part, and shields. Weapons and shields is what I'm going to focus on first. Just because it is something I've not done, and this playthrough is supposed to be focusing as much as possible on things I've not done yet. Okay. That could be interesting. Which one? Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see what I end up getting. Because I know there's pros and cons to all of them, and then it's the random pros and cons too. Is that another salvage ship out here trying to take... Oh, no, that's a wreck. I'd love to get that wreck. But my salvage station's not ready yet. Stats from last. Oh, there was a mod. Okay, yeah. No, I know about that mod. Because I looked at potentially getting it. Yeah. But then I felt like that kind of took away from the whole point of the mods. Because I feel like there should be, like, if your ship's mass is gonna be lighter, there's got to be a drawback to it somewhere. But I think the amount that it randomized one way or the other might have been too much on the base game. Can't gather a fleet yet, don't have the money for it. This is another one of those, we have to go kill random people. Uh-oh. I had already deleted the message. Yeah. No, the B word. Yeah. Clear the trail. Create a window of opportunity. AGI sympathizer. Remote Vanguard station. Gather fleet. No, I can't gather fleet yet. Don't have the station building yet. Nope. Alright, we will take... I wonder what the creative window of opportunity really means. I got the beachhead. Don't want to do that. We're going to accept this one and see how it turns out.
If you think you can handle it.
Well, they're still working on ventures, although it's not a priority for them. Destroy station turrets. Oh, man. That's not going to be easy. See which one. Let's think of this one. Set this one to active, and we'll go into Savage Spur.
The ship will be undocking soon.
We're going to accept that one too. Destroying laser towers is
You
easy.
think you can handle it.
Yeah, Ventures was a bit of a letdown. Even in what they had it for, I mean, it was cool to see other people's ships flying around in your game, but they really didn't scratch the actual multiplayer itch that this game has. Mods fix it. They're still working on it, but I tried it for a little while. I just didn't get enough out of it. And then you can't really, unless you get the mod that fixes it, it was not something that they allowed once you had mods installed.
Big mistake.
I think there was one, either in the works or was done and was like testing. But I never installed it. I didn't have anybody to play with yet. Let's see. Was there one? Look it on Nexus real quick to see if there was one. I don't see one right off. There's the Google search result brought back a few YouTube videos, people talking about it. But nothing on Nexus itself right now about co-op. Not to say it won't happen. It could still happen.
M. Within sensor range.
I've got a Logitech Extreme 3D. I had a nicer one. Had a separate thrust control and everything. Dude, tell me we're docked. Did you get docked? Yeah, we got docked, so we're okay. But it did not survive for long. It was a PS4. It's for the PS4 at some point. So I just bought this Logitech. It had good reviews. And now I'm waiting to buy a better one.
Hello there.
Hopefully. I would like to be on one that's actually much better. Yeah, I think that's... I had that on the PS4, yeah. That sounds familiar. See if I can close down a couple things. It's lagging a little bit still. Well, mine actually, it wasn't about the software or the firmware. The physical device just broke. The twisting, panning, and such just quit working. I think it ended up with a short in the wire potentially. I used it a lot back then. Why is it not working now? And now my current joystick is deciding to not work. Yep. I did the same. Elite Dangerous and X4. And of course, when it broke, I switched over to the Logitech X3D for both games.
N. M.
PC free version? I don't know. I bought Elite Dangerous. Okay. No, I bought Elite Dangerous back when it came out.
P.
I bought Horizons when it came out. I have a bad habit of buying the games when they come out and then they go for free some way or another a year later. I didn't. I have an Xbox and a PlayStation, but I don't play very many space games on there.
P.
Oh, goodness.
P.
Mostly first-person shooters on consoles. Six of 12 on any Xenon ship. So I did have a PS2 for a little while. It finally gave up the ghost on me. You can, yes. Although, so I'm trying to do that. I have a scrapper ship, or a tow ship, really. And then there's a ship that can, in the field, scrap the ships. And then there's a station module that does it. The problem with the towing ship, it can only salvage, depending on the pilot's skill, it can only salvage so far. And I have one sitting in it was sitting in Guest Fume. The Guest Fume has a bunch of the ships you can salvage. The problem is my pilot's skill is not high enough to where he can tow it to any salvage station. So I'm stuck doing nothing until my station is built in Guest Fume that has the salvage module on it. I don't have any pilots trained up enough. I could do it myself potentially, but I haven't discovered anybody with a salvage station yet. My scout is still going out. Well, see, I've got a station right here. This is going to be my self station. I've got the module. I'm just waiting for it to be built, and I don't have all the money to build every station. I've got a salvage ship or a tug, so I could pull husks to a station that has a salvage module, but I don't know. I've not discovered a station, an NPC station even, that has a salvage module yet. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm doing all these combat missions to make money. What's your idea? I'm not on friendly terms with the pirates, and this character is not going to be on friendly terms with the pirates. Although, I mean, still collecting the drops could be profitable. Just got to find in a war zone. Where's this mission at? All the way over there. 100,000. I mean, yeah, I got a particular way this character was supposed to be played. Because I've done the whole pirate thing. I've done the merchant, mostly merchant. I could very easily go change a couple of my ships over, sell them. I could sell this Fox, and then buy a trade ship, and in just a couple hours I've let my trade ship go around, have plenty of money to do whatever I want to. But I've done that so many times that I really wanted to do the whole Terran storyline this time. So this character is like take on missions from the Terran government.
Jump gate. Get Sofune.
Let's go. Well, I have my other playthrough that
Entering system. Get Sofune.
is very similar to that. Yep. Although I didn't do that. I don't like the hop, so I'm always at war with the Holy Order of the Pontifex on my other character. Does not look like I'm going to catch up to this guy until he gets to his target. Where's he's going for that gate? I just let them go extinct. I don't like their ships. I don't like their attitude. I don't know. I'm not a fan of them. This guy's going to win. I'm not going to worry about
it. Laser tower Mark 1.
I just don't. They're always like, our religion requires us to do this to other people. And I'm like, yeah, no. Not in my universe. Although I've not encountered them, aside from going through their sectors, this character has not started anything with them. I suppose if you're really looking for a good quality in them,
Nav
you could
beacon.
say that's it.
Jump gate. Savage spur.
Look, you can see, yeah, all those wrecked ships I could salvage if I just had a salvage station nearby.
Entering system. Savage spur.
A Xenon Zoo? Oh boy. How did you manage that? it's just an asteroid. I thought that was the husk of another ship. I've seen something like that on YouTube.
Short range tracking.
Saw one guy built up basically a cage around the jump gate that the Xenon come through all the time. Just the extension modules and defense platforms all around it. Yeah, the cube cage. I suppose it's one way to keep the Xenon out of the civilized areas. Yep.
Thanks for your help.
Give me that money. That 500, come on. Oh yeah, like I said, I've seen it on YouTube. I've sat there and watched that. Some guy had uploaded like 30 minutes of just Xenon flying in and getting just obliterated by what was probably thousands, if not millions, of guns shooting at them. Let's drop a satellite. No, I don't have any left on here. Load out. Hey, Retro, how you doing? Good to see you again. See that, I hate the K's, so seeing them blow up is music to my ears. See, the Terrans have been trying to build in here. It's been off and on good for them. Alright, this station's under attack. Let's go. Let's go there. See if we can help them out. Nothing major. I've only been back in the seat for about 50 minutes now. Picked up a couple of missions. I've got one really difficult mission against the Xenon. We'll see how that goes. I've got one mission right now. It's just kill 12 Xenon ships of any ship. Doesn't matter what they are. So I'm trying to do that real quick. It's just under 1 million credits is the reward. And then I got the Terran versus Xenon mission chain that I'm going to try and do tonight. This right here, hopefully, will get us the 12. Yes. The 12 kills. I'm going to avoid that battleship, though.
M. P. N.
Okay. Something shot at me already?
N. M. Baldric. P. N. M. N.
Thank you.
Alright, we're at 10 out of 12 now. Making progress. Oh no. The Xenon, or the Terran ship was destroyed. I don't know what that was. I think that was their build ship.
K.
There's a Xenon K that don't think I'm gonna try and take that on in my little frigate. Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Thanks for your help.
I saw some blue stuff down here. There's some things out there. They are. I don't know what it is. I don't even know how they did it so fast. It was like the second time I started playing this character, there's already in this sector trying to build. It was kind of surprised me a bit. I want him. There's some others coming. All right, let's get back out to the satellite. Leave me alone, Kay. Really don't want to go up against that yet. See if we can get these guys targeted.
M.
Mission complete. Sweet. Alright. So collect those drops real quick and then we can get out of here. I want to recall my drones, if they will do that. Alright, so we got this one here clear the trail. All the way out here. In Profit Center. That's where it starts at anyway. So the bottom pilot. I bet you we're gonna get the Profit Center. I have to find a way to another sector I haven't discovered yet off of Profit Center. We got some mines to destroy. And then there's Creative Window of Opportunity, which is $1 million reward, or 1 million credit. But I got to destroy 30 turrets on a station. Not sure. I'm going to give it a shot, but I've only got my Gladius and the Falx right now, so. Oh, wait. Let's see if we can do that one real quick.
Autopilot disengaged. Autopilot engaged.
Yes, I'm hoping so. I've not done a build for it yet. I've messed around with the presets just to see what kind of money we're looking at. I'm going to need about 30 million to get the Guntana. I'm considering.
Disengaged.
One moment.
End.
Okay. So I'm considering. I wanted to get your input on this as well, since you told me about the Guntana originally. Was swapping out the Falx for the Guntana. I could sell the Falx. I'll get enough from the Falx probably to buy the Guntana. But the thing that I like about the Falx is its landing pad, so I can carry a small fighter with me plus the combat drones. Goodness, these guys are not even yellow.
Disengaged.
I can't get to travel driving autopilot. That's a key. That's not.
Thank you for your help.
Okay. Let's finally see if we can go and get these things without being disturbed. But I was considering swapping the Falx out for the Guntana, losing the drones and the ability to carry a small fighter with me. I'm just curious what your thoughts are on it. Is the Katana versatile enough? Because that was like your big sale for it. It was versatile. Is it versatile enough to where I wouldn't feel the need to carry the small fighter with me in an actual docking bay?
Thanks for your help.
Yeah, 6 million just for the NPC ones. That's interesting. Because I typically, even my NPCs, I like to really max them out as much as I can. Okay. This character, I'm supposed to be doing stuff that is a little bit more not normal for me, so I am seriously considering that. Scan. See if we can find these long range. There's one. I don't think I'm going to be able to shoot the locks off these things with this big ship. But I also don't feel like getting out into my small ship right now at all. I'm in Xenon territory. Yeah, that's the thing. That I'll either have the fighter with me, like docked inside the Falx, or in the wing with the Katana. So it's gonna be with me either way. It's just I feel like it's as far as travel goes, I usually leave behind my fighters when I travel in the Falx, unless they're docked inside. So that was my. So it's a bit of a concern there, but it is a small issue, not something that really weighs heavily on the decision. And yes, the Falx is like its speed, its turn rate, and everything is much lower than the Katana. So the Katana would definitely be an upgrade there as far as me piloting a larger ship. I still enjoy the Falx. I think it has defensively, it's pretty good. I'm gonna blow this thing up, aren't I? Missed. Still missed. Really? I'm too close to it, that's why. Alright, let's get it.
Hello there.
Falx.
I love the docking bays. The way they open up.
Gladius.
I don't feel like they carry enough Marines for boarding. I always brought along something like, oh yeah, I know what you meant. What did I bring along? The Shioku, I think. Just to have a bunch of Marines. Okay. I don't have reverse on this, so I got to turn around. I'm getting too close and my targeting is going away. Come on. I hate these things.
Dock box.
Ooh.
Autopilot engaged.
Alright, where did the Fox go? Why is it going somewhere over there? I don't want it to be there. Let's have it go dock. Dock and wait there. Alright. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go sell my Fox and buy a katana.
Entering system. Getsufune.
I will only get 5 million for the Fox? That seems incredibly little. Maybe it's because it's got damage on it still. Let's have it repair.
Autopilot disengaged. Docking granted.
Right. Do I need to get out?
Successfully
Deliver? I do.
docked.
Let's get out. Deliver.
We're pleased to welcome you aboard.
Deliver all matching items.
Great work.
Another 500,000 ish.
Gladius.
Hello there.
Turn on SATA mode so the Falcons will get to the station faster.
Requesting permission to dock.
Docking permission granted.
Set that to active. Eye for an eye. That doesn't pay enough. Weaken enemy forces, destroy CAC any ship. I've not really found any, but we'll accept it anyway.
I knew I could count on you.
Alright, Falcons. Are you repaired? Getting repaired. Not yet. There we go. Alright, so what was self? Still only 5.3 million. Alright, so I'd have about 10 million to play with. Let's see if we can build a decent katana with 10 million. So let's start with go with the Mark III combat engines and thrusters and Mark III shields. We'll sacrifice weapons first. So the one that was like 30 million is the high preset. Oh no, the Falx. The Falx was a custom. I'll show you in a minute. Proton barrage, pulse laser. I think I had pulse lasers. Let's go look at it first. So the Falx. Upgrade, repair. Alright, so the Falx actually is Mark II engines. I thought I had Mark III. Mark I thrusters. Okay. Had Mark III shields. Had Mark I pulse lasers. I believe that's all around. Yep. Bolt turrets. Docking computer 1. Long range scanner 1 and police scanner trading software. None of those really matter all that much. And a few deployables and a crew. So I did not have the engines that I thought I had. That must have been the other frigate I had before I got the Falx that I had maxed out. So that changes things a bit. Let's see. No, I'm not worried about that. So if we go with the same combat, same Mark 1s there. Max the shields. Pulse lasers all around. Do like it has the same firepower on the pulse lasers as the... oh yeah, I can get the exact same weapon loadout. We'll go 1, 1, 1. Do police and targeting. I don't care about the trait software on this one. Captain, 3 service and 3 Marines. Add the shopping list. Oh. I'm getting it. It's not maxed by any means. It's about, I'd say, halfway to where I wanted it at. But I can fly that and still keep the Falx and the Gladius on hand as well. And then see how that goes. I think that would work. As soon as it starts building. In the meantime, I'm going to try and locate where I'm supposed to destroy the mines at. Probably. I mean, it's basically got the same loadout as the Falx, but because it is a slightly smaller ship, it's going to be faster, more agile. And these are just, I'm guessing here. But that should, like you said, be a major difference between the Falx and the Katana. So I'm looking forward to it. Problem is that Worf doesn't have all the materials it needs yet. And who knows when the Katana will start. Which kind of sucks. Let's bring the Falx over. Let's dock it here to add a friendly station. We'll do the defense platform. That way it's close by to whatever it is I'm going to be doing. No, we'll dock it here. Yeah, that'll work.
Entering system. The void.
So how is your fleet coming along? I think you're probably getting a little more playtime on your character than I am with this one. Nice. Behemoths trying to pirate your areas. Argon pirates? Or is it technically not actual pirates, but the Argon were trying to police your areas, maybe? Unless the pirates are getting SCA behemoth. Okay. When did the SCA get behemoths? Huh. Well, good thing is you captured 2 of them. That's amazing. That is amazing. And you got 3 destroyers, bot in Osaka. Wow. Xenon raiding party. Yeah, I'll leave them be.
Entering system. Second contact.
You may live to regret that. You'll have to do better than that.
Yeah, yeah. Tokyo's good for that. Just watch out for being too overwhelmed by a swarm. When I was first experimenting with the Tokyo, that happened to me once. I didn't have enough fighters to support it, and it just became like there were too many fighters attacking it for its weapons to keep up with. But that's also where I was not using the lasers yet, and when I swapped over the lasers,
Argon Prime.
they do less damage, but there's more accuracy, so they was able to sustain, do more sustained damage over time than, say, the bolts. So that helped. That and having enough fighters to cover the Tokyo as well.
Entering system. Atikva's choice.
So what are you doing? Any kind of trade routes, merchant production, or are you sticking with combat related? I think maybe you've told me a little bit of this before, but I don't remember precisely.
I won't let you get away with that.
Entering system. Silent witness.
That's a good shout.
Entering system. Profit Center Alpha. Autopilot. Entering system. Right promise.
Autopilot quit on me.
Entering system. Trinity Sanctum. Entering system.
All right.
Right promise.
Gotta find, yeah, Namas 04. So I'm gonna find a jump gate. Hopefully that was it. Getting shipbuilding stuff. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. That is the way to do it. So it's like they need a ship built, you supply, or they need a station built, you supply all the parts for the station, you supply the station. That's a perfect little economy you got going there. Working towards.
Buzzard. Vanguard.
select
Jump
those.
gate. Unknown sector.
To an unknown sector. Why don't we know yet?
Entering system. Memory of Prophet.
It's not the sector I wanted.
Entering system. Right promise.
So are you going with different stations in different locations, optimizing the station for the sector it's in? Or are you doing a relatively centralized station that just sends out miners to systems if the resource is not in the system the station is in, and doing one fully independent station? All right, the Catan is under construction. Got a minute and 18 seconds left.
I hope you don't think you're being paid for that.
What? I had a time limit on that? Okay. Don't know how I didn't see the time limit. Okay, yeah. Let's see, do I have that one discovered yet? For myself, I haven't been able to get there yet with my other playthrough. Is this one? And 6. But yeah, having a location over here. That's kind of like the southern edge of everything. And the one up, okay. And you said you're also thinking about doing in Heretic's End. Let's see, I know that's somewhere. There's Hayes Twin. Nah, I probably haven't discovered it yet. I don't have this map memorized by any means. I just follow where the yellow line tells me to go. Heretics is like up here somewhere, right? Above all these yellows. Upper left somewhere, okay. Yeah. I mean, that's a good positioning. That covers your southeastern area and northwest, and then everybody up here would probably go to that one, and then this side, their routes would take them up to the one in Heretic's End. Good coverage. That's smart. All right, I've got to kill 10 fallen family ships. Why is my caps lock on? Is this fallen family? Nothing there. All right. I don't know enough about the fallen families to know who is allowed to be killed at that point. Let's do some Google. Who are the fallen families? No. There it is. I don't have any entries for them yet. I don't have any locations for them yet either. Tell you what, finding the combat missions that are doable, quick and easy is more difficult than I thought it would be. The katana is ready. Let's look at nothing available right now. Let's get up. Oh no, wait.
Gladius.
Let's just go rescue Bosata real quick. We can do that. We're close enough.
Autopilot. Engaged.
Let him go to the station, then I can start researching teleportation and have some things go a little bit faster.
Entering system. Trinity Sanctum.
So Retro, have you done the have you played through the latest DLC? Slane, how you doing? Cat's pretty buff. Okay, I do have the Mark III shields on my katana. Only Mark II engines at the moment, though. And it's going to be the Mark I bolts. I'll have to find the Mark IIs. Yes, it's the Boro one, Retro. The first part of that, first mission in that quest line is the a jump gate activating. You go and observe the activation.
Autopilot.
Kingdom's Inn, yep, that's the name of it.
Entering system. He was twin.
Right, gotta find. He was Twin 3. Straight across from me is not. He was Twin 3. There's another gate out.
Elite. Vanguard. Jump gate. Trinity Sanctum.
Okay. I've only done the first part so far myself. I have. I've been playing X4 since it came out. I don't always do all the main missions and everything. But I've been playing it since it first came out. I was just telling Retro a minute ago, I don't do well with memorizing the map at all. So I will get lost. I just follow the yellow line most of the time. Data vault. I do like those, but it's not the mission right now. Is that what I want?
Buzzard. Vanguard.
I think it might be.
Autopilot. Engaged.
Oh no. No, you're gonna
Autopilot.
crash me, aren't you?
Disengaged. Entering. EWAS Twin 3.
Let's see. Looks like a jump gate over there. Or a highway, one of the two. How about you, Slang? Big X4 fan? Or even X Series, potentially?
Superhighway. Unknown sector.
Hopefully to the sector we want.
Entering. EWAS Twin 4. The Cove.
No.
Entering. EWAS Twin 3.
No, I don't think so. I think the trading stations have unique modules that are just not available to the player. That was not always the case in previous games, but that does seem to be the case in this game. I feel the same way, Retro. I think the early original release, I'm about to go and try and help Boso Ta right now, just his initial escape. That was just a lot of more tutorial feeling than anything, even the whole quest line. And then I think the families one, where you're dealing with a split, that was a little bit better. Yeah, but that universal storage and trading station docks, I don't recall those being a blueprint that's available anywhere. Where is it most likely at? Oh yeah, so Retro, I've had this issue as well. I think I can get you the Oh yeah, there you go. Doesn't exist. Oh, Poke Help was the one I was looking for. Make sure you check out their Discord later as well, Retro. You'll get more stuff from that. The Talati Admin Center. It should be listed in the encyclopedia once you discover it. Did it not do that?
Entering PWAS Twin 5.
Yeah.
I must admit, I am beginning to feel a bit tense. I do hope this goes to plan. I have further refined the plan. Please take a look.
What am I taking a look at? So that's these early missions. Is like just take a look, and there's nothing to look at. It's just follow the yellow. Is all it comes down to. Yeah. Another streamer I watch, Jim Knight. He had the Pokemon game in his chat, and I started playing there. I was like, I might as well add it to mine as well. It's fun. Yeah, it should show after you obtain it. That's the experience I've had so far. I've never done Talati stuff though, so it could be a bug that just it doesn't show up for you. Admin. Unless, here's a good site. Unless the admin centers are all just considered one entry, and you don't get a separate entry for each faction.
I have further refined the plan. Please take a look.
Open the briefing. Escort the ship to station. Okay.
As you can see, I wish to escape the station via a chartered freighter. There are actually multiple ships involved, as to confound anyone wishing to track me. I would like you to...
Check out that site. Anytime I've had any kind of question about the X games at all, Rogi's site has always had the answer. They were. Okay. I don't know. That feels like a bug to me. Yep, I agree with that, Retro. They're didn't require a lot in the way of resources at all. Travel drive is faster than my travel drive. So please don't travel drive. Let's just fly at a nice, even pace. Yes. You can find a list, the export of my mods from Vortex, and there's one of the panels below the stream has the link to that export. The one you're seeing pop up there with that 150,000, that's a rent mod. I've yet to get it configured correctly. But it's basically, you know, if you have a station, then you get rent from the people that are staying there.
Civilian ship.
Please wait for the ship to conclude its business. It will launch shortly.
That's looks like another invulnerable one. Glitched. I've also got mods that help with trading. Two different station mule mods that make the ships assigned to stations trade better for the station. Another one that where you don't even have to assign the ships to the station, but they still use that station as their primary, like they trade for it to whatever it needs. And then some mods that affect how death works.
Please protect this ship from any harm. While
Both
it
for
is a
you
decoy,
and your
I would
NPC
rather no
pilots.
harm comes to the crew.
Scanning array factory.
No.
Vulture. Vanguard.
And then I think some other, just a few quality of life mods. But that whole list is there below the stream.
Docking permission granted.
So can we match speed? There we go. Anybody else find that the escort missions are very slow? And then when the ship you're escorting does get attacked, they do really stupid things and get themselves in trouble. Why would I drop a beacon
I am
right now?
successfully aboard my transport and en route to the installation.
Where is the boron?
I will check security logs.
Oh, that didn't take long at all. It seems my disappearance has been noticed. I expect my ship is at a safe distance. I can't say the same for the others. Please be alert.
Mm-hmm.
I will order our ships to intercept targets.
You will join them while I investigate further.
I don't
Yes,
think
brother.
those are professional voice actors there. Bosata is, but those brothers, those did not sound.
No, sorry. I will not do that.
Somebody's
Then
being
prepare
told
to
to.
die.
There we go.
Die. Keep your insults to yourself.
Hermes. Falcon. Vanguard. Vestrel.
I've successfully docked. I will begin my work.
Oh, I didn't have no weapons.
My, this structure is far more impressive in person than I expected.
Can't talk right now,
The ships are
Bosata.
safe. Please join me.
Brother, the boron is not on board that ship. Change base.
Acknowledged. You will regret crossing us.
Laser tower. Mark 1.
Gotta get away from that.
You in trouble now. This ain't red.
There it is.
Falcon. Vanguard.
think I'm going to worry about the laser tower anymore.
You cannot destroy me that easily.
The other NPCs here are going to take care of it. Yeah, voice acting very hit and miss. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Just somebody there. Well, that's what Bethesda did a long time ago. Even what's his name? The big guy at Bethesda. I don't remember his name off the top of my head right now for some reason. He voice acted in I think it was Oblivion. He was just the voices of some of the guards. I don't think he would. So a lot of the NPCs that you'll find laying, just standing around on the station are not actually yours. They're just kind of there. Some of them are. It's hit and miss on that. But if you want him, talk to him and hire him and put him somewhere you got room. For the most part, the only ones I've been able to, like, I meet them while just walking around randomly, and they are actually part of my crew, is when it's on board a ship, a larger ship. On station, though, even a station I own, the only one that I can confirm every time is somebody that works for me is the actual manager themselves. And then the others seem to be like they're visitors somehow. What is that? I've not seen anything that looks like that before. Oh, that's one of those wrecks. That looked weird from a distance.
Wreck.
Well, I don't have time to explore it right now.
Vulture. Vanguard.
Babysit this vulture. Todd Howard. That was the name. From Bethesda. Yeah. It takes a while. One of the reasons why I'm not going to do it right now, because I don't want to sit here on stream just like looking at, well, is this an entry? Is this an entry? And then getting lost on the inside. That happened to me once. Right. Either do travel drive or don't do travel drive. Turn it on and leave it on. Come on. Yeah, there is. I did one in Argon Prime. I think I explored 2 in Argon Prime once, but that was it for me after that. But there was a little vent thing that you could get into. Alright, now I gotta go follow him.
Thanks for your help.
There we go. Alright.
Autopilot. Engaged.
The problem is that the vent that you can find to fly into those wrecks, it looks the same as a bunch of other spots on the ship, but there's only one that actually opens up and will let you in. And then it's a maze inside. let's have the katana go to there and have the fox meet us as well. This is certainly not a fast route. I don't even have the research options up there yet.
Entering. He was Twin 1.
So, Retro, do you think I could take on this CAC installation now that I've got a katana? Nope. Not even a thought, just nope. I've been to the installation twice now, reloaded to try and see what can happen. It doesn't launch any fighters. It's just a bunch of defense platforms around a larger station. I'm still gonna avoid it probably for now. If you got swarmed with a destroyer, that would not go well for a gunboat at
Entering
all.
system. Trinity Sanctum.
So, I do want to start modding my ships. Shields and weapons, primarily. Shields, weapons. Yeah. That's been my experience. Destroyers and bigger can often just sit there and be perfectly fine until they get swarmed. 2 hours, oh my goodness. I don't remember how long I took out a Xenon station one time. I've done it on multiple occasions, but there was one time where I just felt like it was taking forever. I don't know how long it actually took.
Terran. Vanguard.
That's it. That's one of those ships. Now we should be on. Oh no, we're going to be on the trade lane for a short while. Looks like.
Entering system. Unholy Retribution. Entering system. IS mists.
Let's do this while we're flying. So have you guys, I think it came out with the latest DLC. Have you guys tried out the live stream channels? Hitting F6 and just watching the different, I mean, it's still following me at the moment, but it'll go to other places and just let you see what's happening in the universe. I kind of like it. Yeah, stations are extremely beefy. I've never had 5 behemoths at once. I'm still operating with a singular fleet that has, well, now it's all Terran stuff, but before the Terran came out, I was using Argon. Had a carrier, a behemoth, and then a bunch of the destroyers and gunboats. I've never had more than 1 behemoth at a time, though. I always aimed to get to the carrier as quick as possible.
Enter the elevator.
Oh. Did I get there already? But start building SCA. You know, I think I'd have to start building stations then. I need a little bit more capital for that, but yeah. Get to where the SCA wants to come after me and let them bring their behemoths. I'll take them. Take them from them. And Asgard. I believe I used an Asgard one time. Let me double check that ship. I rename my ships all the time, so I don't remember what their models are. Did I get it spelled right? Or I haven't discovered one yet, I guess. I took the last one I remember, I had the Argon carrier. So I had a full complement of fighters, and I had like all the weapons on their blueprint only. But I had the carrier completely kitted out. Maximum damage and everything. Still took at least an hour minimum. I think it took longer than that, though.
Autopilot. Disengaged.
And that's with the help of a behemoth nearby as well. Stations just do not go down easy. Unless it's your station that you just built.
Docking granted.
Go to the science laboratory. All right,
Successfully
let's
done.
get this done.
It's an honor to have you aboard.
Is that right?
Aha! At last, we meet face to face.
Awaiting orders.
When I first got the Gladius, I was complaining about that too. And then I remembered crouching, and I figured out where to crouch at correctly. Who's got the Asgards I could capture?
This installation is equipped for habitation of all races, and this room seems to be some sort of research area. I expect I could spend years poring over the data contained in these systems. Hello there! Yes, I have already made some progress. There
Terran,
appears to be
yeah.
several things we can
Right.
research at this facility. Please take a look.
Okay, no, I've not. The Asgard is the Terran. I've not taken the Asgard against a station yet. I'm planning to in my other playthrough where I just swapped over to an all-Terran fleet. There's the research. All right, teleportation.
It appears some
Start.
As you can see, there is much to do. I personally find mention of this teleportation irresistible, but I leave it up to you to decide what we research first. Please note that these research items have certain requirements.
Are you done? Okay. I'm not going to attack the Terrans, though. I am a Terran. This character is very much like do what the Terrans say kind of character. So, unfortunately, that's not an option here. But I'll get there. I'll get to the point where I can have one. Within the Gate Network, since you have been exceeding expectations so far, we want to involve you in this undertaking. Approach me about the covert operations. If you want to find out what's required of you to become involved, yes, set guidance. I am going to do this. Absolutely. And I need to go to my ship. Just take it for a spin. The katana is bugged sometimes. How so? If it's a buggy ship, I don't know if I want it. You just fall through the floor? Really? Oh boy. Why'd you convince me to get one? And why is that not working? Why is the elevator not working? Let's go find another one. As you sold me on that katana, now you're telling me, oh, it's got some issues. Security apparatus. None of these are the ship mods. I still don't know how to make any ship mods. They're in the list, but I don't have.
Hello there. Can I help?
Blueprints for them, I guess, or something.
Here you go.
There you go. Commission for each one. 1 star. No. 1 star. I don't have the money to spend on it right now. Well, Skorupi. I don't know that one. Okay. Do either one of you do
Good luck out
modular
there.
ships? Because if so, I need some help with that. Because I cannot figure out for the life of me what to do. I just got this list right here and nothing. Yeah, I've had to do that a few times. Not because I fell through, but because I went too far away. Alright, the katana is here. Let's find an elevator and see if we can go to the katana. I remember modding one time, a long time ago, and I found it to be frustrating to find everything. But now I'm doing combat. I definitely see the benefit of having the shields modded, probably the weapons as well. But I can't figure out how to get it started. That's my current location. There's the Velvet Thunder. Where's the katana? It's stuck. The katana is stuck in the asteroid. Oh my. That's an issue I know about. So let's go out of system and that should fix it. Battle area, like, there's no refunds. No refunds. I'll just reload the game. Get a refund that way. Although I guess you'd still have your commission since it got bought. Now, I should be able to fix that bug by exiting the system and then returning, since it doesn't physically have the stuff running when you're not in the system. Battle area collectors. Yeah. I gotta figure out how to do it. I feel like I have material to do at least one mod. But I guess I don't, since it's not giving me any option to do it. Or there's blueprints I have to find that I haven't found.
Entering Grand Exchange 4.
Right. Katana, fly over here. Cancel your... Oh, there he goes. All right. See, he's not turned correctly yet. Now, dock and wait. Now he should make his way over to... Actually, you're not technically docked, are you, Fox? Got docked ships. Katana is docked now. Oh yeah, definitely. I've had it happen with all kinds of ships. Fighters, transport ships, trade ships, all of them do it. And it's unique to the headquarters station because of that big old asteroid in the middle. I'm supposed to be finding Delilah Shiratori. I don't think we're going to do that. We're going to go back to try and find some of our combat missions.
Entering Grand Exchange 1.
Where's my station? Got to research the mods first. Okay. Are they part of the research I get now that I got Bosata? Yeah, okay. Thank you. I feel like I was not paying attention. I feel like I was blind because I didn't see that. Oh yeah, I'm doing teleportation first. Absolutely. I've already got that one started. I have to admit that I feel very small right now because I had that window open.
Docking granted.
And I completely missed it. I thank you for finding it. I appreciate that.
Successfully docked.
It's an honor to have you aboard.
All right, so I'll forgive the falling through the floor if that indeed happens to me. But if this ship does not perform as well as you said, Retro, I will be, I'll be coming back for a refund by hostile means. Although it looks nice. Let me just say, it looks nice. I like it. It is an awesome looking ship. Save, right? Yep. F5. Oh, this is different. I'm used to, you come up the ramp and there's an elevator right there. I've never been on the Katana before. I'm used to coming up directly into an elevator, not this. This is very different. I like
Katana.
this. This is awesome. And there's an elevator here. Are there other rooms on board? No, just you'll be able to go out to your spacesuit, I guess. That's awesome. I love it. Excuse me, Captain. I'm going to fly.
Hello.
Yeah, I believe I got it on 15-minute autosaves. Alright, let's see how agile this thing is. Should I do a save right now? Let's get one in there. Yeah, right? As we just step on over, take over to another position. You're still in duty. It's got that. I like how most of the Terran ships kind of have like the angular knife shape to them in some way. The fighters don't really, but they're still good looking. It's a bit sluggish, but not as sluggish as the Falcons. So comparing to fighters and to the Falcons, obviously more sluggish than fighters, but not nearly as sluggish as the Falcons is. Only a slight delay between command and move. Let's go full speed. And hold up. I gotta read that because you said something about the expanse. Okay. Yeah. I've not read the books. I watched the TV show. But that doesn't surprise me that their description is that, because the Rocinante, that's basically what it was. It was a big old bullet. Yep, I like it. So, different platforms during a pause. What are you doing pausing and giving commands like that, man? I love and hate the Mason streams. They heat up too fast. But I suppose one could be okay. Now, I don't do the pausing and giving commands. Because it is too prone to having issues go wrong. You're not really going to see how those commands are going to interact with each other until you're unpaused. one Mark II. You know, you're right. You're right. How much do they cost? Because I'm going to be dealing with the Xenon quite a bit. We'll just go into buy ship so we can see real quick. Go to the Katana. And Mi Sunstream Mark II, 6 million. Not yet. I got something in here. That is a... Well, what is it? Yes, I need that one. Oh boy. I need that. The cat.
Operative, there are new developments you might be interested in. Meet me once you can spare a moment.
Sure thing. First, the CAC.
Hive guard.
Yeah, as long as you don't miss. Did I hit him? I think I hit him. Alright, let's see how it performs. Let's make sure we got turrets on the current enemy. I do prefer pulse lasers, yeah. I can't really articulate why, I like how they work better. I suppose it could be my love of Star Wars, and the pulse laser is very similar to the Star Wars lasers. Got him. Barely touched my shields. I have a new favorite ship. A new favorite mid-sized ship, anyway. I think I might go sell my Falx and get another Katana. Even this mid-range Katana is better than the Falx right now in combat. All right. Fox has... Why is the Velvet Thunder docked to the Fox? That doesn't make sense. You're going to defend Commander in Delta.
Joining squad.
And the Falx will attack with Commander in Alpha.
Joining squad.
There we go. ARG. Okay. Argon cannon. So an argon cannon on the turret? I think there is a mod for that, Slain. I think there is. I don't remember the name of it, or looked at it, but I didn't. I decided not to use it because I wanted to have the Marines on. No, that wasn't it. There's a mass move. I think it's actually no longer in use now. There was a mass move mod that allowed you to either there was mass move service crew and mass move Marines mods that you would use after the boarding action was done. Yeah, mass Marines. But I think they integrated that into the game now, so the mod is no longer needed, but the game will let you do it. I got you, Retro. Check and see if the Mass Move Marines is still available on Nexus mods. That would be what I would recommend for that. Because it's not going to be automatic, unfortunately. Yeah, you have to tell them where to go. But here's the thing. You send your Marines over. They do the job. You're going to lose some of them. That's just about guaranteed. You can lose a few of them. So there's not going to be the same number coming back. What I did, I used a Shioko to carry my Marines. So, I'm carrying like 100 Marines on one ship. Excuse me. And then we'd do the boarding action. And then when it was all over, if I wanted those Marines back on the Shioko, I would use mass move Marines and just fill up the first Shioko. And then if I had more, I'd fill up the next one, and the next, and so forth, so on. But usually I just had 1 or 2 Shiokos, because one Shioko carries enough Marines to board and capture a behemoth. Actually, it carries more than enough, because it has a higher crew limit than the behemoth does. And I think I'll still, even though I like my Terran stuff, the Shioko has the largest crew capacity of any ship in the game. So it's probably the one I'm still going to use when I do boarding actions again. Alright, we got to go talk to Delilah about this covert operation for the Terrans. I believe it's for the Terrans. Yes, all the way back there. Let's go and put it on
Autopilot engaged.
But we're going to be dealing with some pirates now. Teleportation storage levels. Oh, I need to get... Crap. I'm going to have to build onto this. Alright, while we're flying, while the autopilot's going, we will add to the station, I guess. I can't do any of my pre-made modules, so we'll just have to go with this container for now. Which may or may not be enough. Apparently I
Entering
don't know
system. Nopalia's fortune.
of any builders in the sector right now. But we'll confirm the changes anyway.
Entering system. Highest mists.
Barbarosa's. Yeah, I mean, it depends on how you approach the boarding action. I did, for mine, I would have my fleet attack, get the shields down, bring the hull down to about 50%, and then I'd call the fleet off. And then I would go in with my own fighter and destroy every turret, every engine, every shield module. And then I'd bring the hull down to 25%, and then it's sitting there unable to move because I took out the engines. And then I bring in the Shioko and just overwhelm them with massive numbers of Marines. And I just keep the engines and everything down, and keep the destroying and repair drones that were launched. Yeah, usually worked out fairly well. You didn't have to worry about being fast or anything that way. Get on the lane, autopilot. Organ freighter.
Entering system. Pontifex's claim. Entering system.
That's
vision.
pretty much exactly what I do too, yeah. Just sit there and whittle it down, just disable it basically. Get it to a disabled state, and then it doesn't matter what ship your Marines are on.
Entering system. True sight.
Only if you let your fleet continue to attack. That's the key part. Is like if your fleet is still attacking while your Marines are boarding, that's where you got to be
Entering
extremely
system.
careful.
Second contact.
And that's why at 50% holes I call my fleet off, because at that point I can handle it from there usually. And you set you can keep your capital ships nearby, so like a destroyer or
Entering system. The void.
a frigate maybe. But destroyers definitely set their turrets to target modules only. And then they'll just sit there and orbit the ship you're trying to attack or board. And if a module gets repaired, then the turrets just take that module out again. Yeah. Keep your distance does not seem to work. Yeah. Is there a way to have them do follow at a distance? That way they're behind it all the time. So it approached from behind and still went past it into front of it and got shot. Yeah, that's... The AI pilots are stupid. Sometimes they go beyond stupid. They go to insane, suicidal even.
Entering system. Getsufune.
That's a good suggestion. Would they, even if they have the command to stay at a distance, would they still try to get in range if their turrets are set to attack? I mean, I suppose they might.
Entering system. Sol.
Anytime I've used a behemoth, I've always sat in the pilot chair after experiencing that issue, where they're like, they go into an orbit pattern and let the turrets attack. It's like, no, you have a huge cannon on the front of your ship. Face the target. It's ridiculous. So Slane, they do. Okay. All right, Retro, take note of that. If your ship's turrets are still set to attack, that will somehow override the keep your distance command. And they'll try to get into range for their turrets to attack. That seems counterintuitive. Maybe it's a bug, potentially, or maybe it's intentional. I don't know. That doesn't seem right, that it does that. They didn't. Now, what were they doing? Just picked our... Okay.
Entering.
But how...
Mars.
I don't know. I'm still like... These pilots are... They don't know how to stay out of trouble. What star was the pilot? Was it a 1-star pilot, maybe? Although I've had 4-star pilots do stupid stuff too, so... Who knows? Alright, let's see. Do we have... Can we see a... Get the plan build. Maybe we can see a builder now. Anything over here? No. Well, shoot. Been demoted, yep. High enough to know better. There you go. If you should have known better, then you get demoted when you don't do the right thing. Now look, so this is the Terran transport ships. I feel like that would have been made the shape of that ship is a much better shape for a combat ship. I'm like, that should have been a combat ship instead of a transport ship, in all honesty.
Baldric.
But it's a trade ship instead. It's like, no, that looks like it should be a combat ship.
Terran
Is it though?
Wharf.
Oh, I hit the wrong button. It's not the same as this one. You said the gunboat? Oh, okay. I had not looked at the gunboat that closely. I stand corrected. The gunboat is shaped like the transport. Then why'd have the transport ships shaped like the gunboat? I don't know. Let's see. I have to know better. Attack capital. Shore station. Yeah, Casey. Yep, I just got corrected on that. There is the gunboat that I have. I'm still exploring all the Terran stuff. I fell in love with the Terran station modules, but I'm still exploring all their ships. I have another character that has a fleet full of these ships, but I've not actually gone and sat and looked at each one. Yeah, the key word there, Slain, is they should not do that. They still sometimes choose the wrong path.
It's an honor to have you aboard.
Yeah, so I mean, you're right. Modular design, that's probably the answer as to why. Just modular design. I understand that. I've done what was it? Imperial and Galactic Survival. Had the same exact module or shape of thing, but swapped out stuff for different purposes. So that makes sense. But also, aggressive freighter ship. So glad I didn't follow. Okay. Is it maybe... okay. I think I know why it has a floor glitch. Because remember earlier I was talking about all the other ships that size, you go up the ramp and you're immediately in an elevator to go to the bridge. Whereas this one, you go up the ramp and go up another ramp to get to the bridge. Maybe because it's not a separate environment like all the others, maybe that's why it has the floor glitch.
Good to see you, Operative.
Covert operations. Any new leads on the outpost incident? Actually, I want to know about the outpost incident for a moment.
Ever since you handed in your report, my people have been working tirelessly to find a connection between a number of intriguing events that have occurred in Sol over the course of the last few weeks. The first incidents were barely out of the ordinary. High-tech traders missing cargo, manipulated delivery schedules, the occasional kidnapping and ransoming. Then things began to ramp up. Top-secret deliveries being raided, fake distress signals targeting our military trainees, sabotage on a grand scale. And lately, more and more of these incidents involve the Xenon in some fashion. We can no longer ignore the possibility of a major new threat to the Terran Protectorate.
All right, so I've not played through all this yet, so this is new to me. And it sounds like, from what she just described there, there's someone in the Terran Protectorate or within the Terran government that is feeding information to the Xenon, which, why would you ever help the Xenon? It's beyond me. Just more comments about it. Yeah. So you can fall through near the transporter. Yeah. I think that's probably what it is. It's because it's not a separate instance like all the other ships are.
Based on recent evidence, my people are fairly sure that our opponents are the infamous Yaki. In a nutshell, they're pirates. Our data suggested that they originated as members of the Argon Federation, another splinter group they couldn't keep under control. The Yaki have always dabbled in dangerous technology, and they seem to have only doubled down on that alarming compulsion since we last had the pleasure of making contact. One of their criminal spin-off enterprises, the infamous Beryl, was responsible for an AGI drone attack on Earth in recent history. Expect their ships to be heavily armed and highly maneuverable.
Okay. But still, the Yaki are getting information about top secret deliveries from someone. Number 5, what can I do?
Ah, yes, indeed. I recognize you might have personal reasons for your interest, so it seems only prudent to offer you this assignment first. The objective is simple. Find out where these pirates are hiding, what their goals are, and whether they can be defeated. Unfortunately, you will only be able to call upon limited support during your mission. As an undercover operative, it is paramount that no direct connection can be drawn between you and the Terran Secret Service. Once you leave Protectorate space, you're on your own. I can provide some guidance to help you get started, but ultimately, you will be the one making decisions under pressure. You and Cadet Shinneman recently encountered an especially malicious distress signal trap that was presumably set by these Yaki. They seem to be targeting specific Terran ships for some reason, and since they're keen on eliminating anyone who follows their trail, that reason remains a mystery to us. If we catch them in the act, that will tell us more about their objectives. An advanced satellite should be able to pick up on all distress signals in the sector. My team will evaluate the data and point you towards potential discrepancies. With your record, you will do just fine, Operative. I'll leave you to prepare.
Okay. It's a good thing I got a small fleet I'm building, since she said I'll be on my own.
Good to see you, Operative.
Had one other covert operations. Let's talk
Through
about
your
that.
work on the Xenon front, you have proven yourself to be a valuable asset to the Terran cause. We might have another task for you. This one will require a somewhat softer touch, though. Having someone in our corner who is familiar with diplomacy and backroom deals will be critical to this operation's success. Our agents have been watching an analyst going by the name of Dal Busta. He is currently negotiating on behalf of the Hatikva Free League. Get in contact with this Busta character and get acquainted with the political situation outside the Sol system.
So Dal Busta is also involved with missions with Bosata. So it's cool to see how the Terran storyline can tie into those as well. Very cool. Let's do Shift D. To the Katana. Hello. Let me have the ship.
Hello.
All right. So, yeah.
Please hold. We will be scanning your cargo.
Go ahead and scan.
You can go. The scan came back clean.
So the deploy advanced satellite target area. We're gonna set that one.
Requesting permission.
Because I'll talk with Dal Buster at some other point in time. Still need to get that all built. And right now, I need to get some advanced satellites. I don't have any yet on this ship. Which I can do from here. Advanced satellites, go and grab 5. Let's grab a couple of nav beacons. I'm going to take the flares. I know. I don't ever use them, but I'm going to take them. Don't care about resource probes yet. Or mines, but we'll take a couple of Take 5 laser towers. Just in case.
Please hold. We will be scanning your cargo hold. A scan? Oh,
All right.
okay. Scanner results show that you're all clear. Well, I'm
And
not
we're
sure
looking
what
to
else
set the
is
satellite
back
there.
Don't let them get away.
Indeed, indeed. She definitely has command.
Terran Station security vessel.
Awaiting orders.
Oh, I was like, what in the world? My turret started shooting at that thing before I was ready for it. This one's glitched. Yep, glitched. Stop shooting. Stop shooting that. Doggone it.
Please hold. We will be scanning your cargo. You can go. The scan came back clean.
Autopilot engaged.
Tell me there is a construction vessel somewhere. I wish. Maybe we'll see one after we drop the satellite. I need to get one assigned to the HQ so we can get the teleportation research started in earnest.
Anywhere within this sector will be fine, Operative.
Anywhere in here. Okay, I'm still going to go to the center. Just about there. There's a construction ship. All right, that's good. To plan, build, sign or hire a builder. Come over here. Terran construction vessel. Let us
Autopilot
hire
disengaged.
you. Manage this. Give it the. Accept the estimate. Close. All right, so that should get built soon. R. Oh. Thank you. I'm not a big shortcut guy. I mean, I like to use the shortcuts once I know about them, but I don't do a lot of diving in to find them. That is a flaw, I guess, I need to work on.
Let's see here. 2 medical emergencies and a harmless collision in the docking queue. Nothing out of the ordinary. Patrols are already moving in to assist. Carry on with your task.
Okay.
Autopilot
To a new
engaged.
area. Deploy one in there. I think the only ones I really worried about so much, of course, shift 1, 2, 3 for the different modes, travel mode and scan and long range scan, and of course I keybind my joystick. And of course your obvious ones like map and everything. Yeah. Oh. I did.
Jupiter.
Beautiful, isn't it? Solid piece, I mean. I hope we can keep it that way.
But then I switched out the ones on the joystick for strafe left and right, and then up and down, and I got boost on here and all stop. And then the hat has targeting, flares, missiles, and switching out the weapon sets. I'm wanting to get a better joystick that has the throttle on a separate control instead of being all built in one device. I had one. I had the PS4 HOTAS for a little while, but I broke it. So, saving up for a really expensive one. Flight assist.
Autopilot. Disengage.
No. Flight assist for me is control space.
And here we are.
Which I do on occasion.
You just have to know what to watch out for. A civilian transport logged an unidentified vessel, creeping about at the edges of the sector, refusing to answer when being asked for directions. There's no mention of a patrol encounter, so that ship might still be out there. Judging by the log trajectory, we may be able to make a strike in the next sector. That's a lead. Let's move.
All right.
Interesting. We're getting dangerously close to Sagaris Pioneers' territory. They're spread thin and rely on Terran trade. That makes them especially vulnerable to these pirate raids. If I were a shadowy nemesis that wanted to strike the Protectorate where it's weakest, Pioneers' space is where I'd begin.
That's the one I'm looking at. I'm saving up. It's going to take a little while. But once I get closer to my target on what I want to spend on it, the X56 is the one I'm seriously considering. It's definitely in the top 2 that I'm looking at. All right, so are you guys talking about the same flight assist I'm talking about? Because I've got the control space flight assist in game, or are you talking about some kind of flight assist that's actually built into the joystick? I don't know what a VKG is. What is VKG? Educate me. You are talking about in-game. Okay, yeah. I love turning it off and strafe a ship. Especially when you're in a fighter, you get it at full speed, turn it off and turn and just blast it. Okay, yeah. That's what I thought you were talking about, but we're talking about joysticks as well. I'm like, wasn't sure. Yeah, I've been using it for my big ships here. I use it on the Falcons to, like, if I'm headed straight at my target and then it passes me, I would turn off flight assist so I could just turn around and not worry about trying to correct its direction and course. Yeah.
Entering Saturn
Gotta
1.
deploy another satellite. That's good.
Autopilot.
Someone towards the side. I don't want a satellite right next to the gate. I should have used R. Now that I know about it. Meditate. I think we're far enough from the gate now. Yeah, let's do it.
No hits. That's somewhat unexpected. No, there's something here. A faint signal my team can't quite pinpoint. I believe a more in-depth search is in order.
Use long-range scanners. Okay. It crossed my mind that's what I was talking about. Now I don't have enough buttons yet. Voice attack. How is voice attack? I've looked at that many times. I've never bought it though. Is it good? Does it work well?
produced a result at least. If you keep this up, you'll be able to narrow down the signal's origin. Move towards the new search area and try again.
So, since you use it for a lot of games, I assume it's you would recommend it.
It's getting clearer.
Well, if it's free for up to 20 commands, I wouldn't need very many commands. If 15's not bad.
Great. Keep it up.
I've only just started streaming at night because my little one sleeps in the room next door. I've only been able to start streaming at night because I was able to confirm that my voice does not travel into a room and wake her up. Which is one of the reasons why I've avoided any voice command stuff. But maybe now I could. Since 2014. I'm sure it's gotten better now. Even since then. I'm gonna have to look at it. Because I wanted it for Elite Dangerous. Marina Valley Sea Life Cup? What?
Wreck.
Oh, we're checking this one out. That is too much of a name to just ignore that. Oh crap.
Dispatch them, operatives.
I guess this was my target after all. And they're killing my shields. Holy crap. Holy crap. I want a refund on the katana. Goodness. HCS voice packs give the immersion. What does that mean? Alright, I need to set my turrets to defend. Or attack all enemies, rather. Now I get turned. Nope. I want a refund. Oh, let's see here. Got a quick save at 21:30. Autosave at 23:24. Is that today? No, that is not today. I apparently do not have every 15 minutes autosave on. I saw a cool named ship. There was a wreck. I was like, I want to check this out. And I just flew straight at it. I boosted. And I had no idea that was my actual target was there. So I kind of screwed up. But we got the save game not all that long ago. Immersion. So, all right, so HCS voice packs gives the immersion. What does that mean? Is it like it talks back to you or something? Really? Okay. I'll have to check that out. I'm pulling up Steam right now. Another window. I'm going to go. It's on Steam, right? Yeah, there it is. Oh, the demo. And it's on sale for $12 right now. All right. And the voice packs, where are those at? Are they third party? Did I not accept that mission?
Autopilot. Engaged.
That was wrong.
Joining squad.
Joining squad.
Okay. I will check that out for sure. I may, if I like it well enough, because I changed my my Stream Deck for commands in Elite Dangerous. But if I can change that over to voice commands, then I can stream Elite Dangerous too. Microsoft text-to-speech. Okay. Now, why does it have? Why does it do talking back to you? I didn't know that was a part of it, so I'm curious as to why it does that. Is it just like confirming that it did the thing?
IS mists.
Okay. Sounds like something I would have a lot of fun with. And it's on a good price right now too. Yeah, right? And you set it up right, then all you got to do is fly the ship. And it's a voice command for everything else. fly the ship and manage your empire. Although imagine, since I don't have one for X4, it'll be it'll take a little bit of time to get it set up correctly. Yep, it'd be like having a co-pilot.
Entering system. Pontifex's claim. Entering system. Holy vision.
So don't be surprised if next Monday when I stream I will have voice attack, and we'll be experimenting with it next Monday.
Entering system.
Unless I do X4 on Friday. I might do X4 on Friday. If I get it this week, I'll do X4 on Friday, and we'll try it on Friday.
Entering system. Second contact.
So now you're talking Elite Dangerous with the power profiles. That's something I wish X4 had, was adjust your power to different systems. So with my HOTAS, or my
system.
cheap HOTAS here,
The void.
the hat switch here in X4, it changes which weapon group I'm on. But in Elite Dangerous, I used it to change my power settings. Yeah. I wonder what else it could be used for. Like, could you set up a voice command profile for, say, Fallout 4 or Skyrim, and it's like you're giving a command to your companion to, like, hey companion, give me the shotgun, and you switch over to your shotgun. Yes, okay, yep, I'm getting it. I'll set that up and set up some for Fallout, Skyrim, Cyberpunk 2077. Oh. That's just exciting to think about, the different things you can command. It's like, do the thing, and it does it. Any program that has a command. Okay. It does. You know, I'm going to have to experiment with it with my programming as well. I'm already using GitHub's Copilot. I wonder what I might be able to do with voice attack. See if I could maybe use it to change music, yeah, or use voice attack to change the file I'm on or what project I'm looking at without having to go and find it in the dozens of windows that are open.
Entering system. Getsufune.
The possibilities are, I don't want to say endless because I've not messed with the program yet, but it's starting to feel like it. Change scene to be right back or chat. Oh man. Don't have to worry about pressing the buttons anymore. I could tell it, because I've been experimenting with this. Red alert. I could say that instead of having to press the button now. That would be cool. Oh, that turned it off. Turn it back on. Kind of light.
Entering system. Soul.
Why is it that I track the salesman? Retro sold me on the katana, and now Slane's selling me on voice attack. And I'm falling for both of those sales tactics.
Once you are... Now, allocate sufficient credits to the construction site. I recommend accepting the estimated construction budget.
Entering Mars.
That's just next to one. Would I even need a keyboard if I had voice attack? For games anyway. I'd still need it for programming and other stuff, but would I need it for gaming? Outside of WASD.
Operative, there are new developments you might be interested in. Meet me once you can spare a moment.
Forward. Forward run. Forward walk. Stop.
Docking granted.
I've not seen him in particular, and it's been a while since I've done anything really
Successfully
dangerous.
docked.
But I will.
Katana.
I'll probably look him up tomorrow before I buy the software. I'll probably look him up just to see it in action a little bit. And this station's laggy. Alright, I'm going to fast click through all of her dialogue here since we've already listened to it all.
Ever since you handed in your report, my people have been working tirelessly to find a connection between a number of intriguing events that have occurred in Sol over the course of the last few weeks. The first incidents were barely out of the ordinary. High-tech traders missing cargo, manipulated delivery schedules, the occasional kidnapping and ransoming. Then things began to ramp up. Top-secret deliveries being raided, fake distress signals targeting our military trainees, sabotage on a grand scale, and lately, more and more of these incidents involve the Xenon in
once
some
we're done
fashion.
talking to her.
We can no longer
I need to change the
ignore
autosave to.
possibility
It's not
of
every
a
15
major
minutes for
new
some
threat
reason.
to the Terran Protectorate.
So it's gonna have to be.
Based on recent
Probably
evidence,
set it like 30 minutes,
my
maybe.
people are fairly sure that our opponents are the
So I'll
infamous
have to find that and
Yaki.
change it.
In a nutshell, they're pirates. Our data suggested that they originated as members of the Argon Federation, another splinter group they couldn't keep under control. The Yaki have always dabbled in dangerous technology, and they seem to have only doubled down on that alarming compulsion since we last had the pleasure of making contact. One of their criminal spin-off enterprises, the infamous Beryl, was responsible for an AGI drone attack on Earth in recent history. Expect their ships to be heavily armed and highly maneuverable.
And then 5.
Ah, yes, indeed. I recognize you might have personal reasons for your interest, so it seems only prudent to offer you this assignment first. The objective is simple. Find out where these pirates are hiding, what their goals are, and whether they can be defeated. Unfortunately, you will only be able to call upon limited support during your mission. As an undercover operative,
Losing audio from the game while I'm not focused on the game. That is one of the downsides of X4. And now it's.
But ultimately, you will be the one making decisions under pressure. You and Cadet Shinneman recently encountered an especially malicious distress signal. And
Through your work
advanced
on the
satellite
Xenon
should
front,
be able to pick up
you
on
have
all
proven
distress
yourself
signals
to
in
be
the
a
sector.
valuable asset.
All right, I think I found him. He's got the googly eyes on top of his
Having
VR
someone in our
headset.
corner who is familiar with diplomacy and backroom deals will be critical to this operation's success. Our agents have been watching an analyst going by the name of Dal Busta. He is currently negotiating on behalf of the Hatikva Free League. Get in contact with this Busta character and get acquainted with the
It is a
political
weird name.
situation outside the Sol
Busta.
system.
She did. So the first conversation, you get to like exit the actual interface of the conversation during her last paragraph of speaking. So I just started up the next conversation, and then she was kind of double talking for a little bit, which was funny. All right, let's get into the pilot seat. Taking command.
Hello there.
Yeah, no, you're not getting piloting experience. I keep on taking over, but yeah, you can deal with it. Yeah, she doesn't. She really doesn't. So add that one to my list. All right. It takes forever to save games. Let's go to settings. Game settings. Autosave is on. Oh, there's my problem. Every 40 to 80 minutes for autosave. Let's change that to... We'll do it 10... No, that's too often on the 10. So we'll do 10 to 20. All right.
Autopilot. Engage.
No, autopilot. That was stupid.
Disengage.
Requesting permission to dock.
Docking permission granted.
Hello, wall.
Autopilot. Engaged.
Oh man, I just know if I get the voice attack and like engage autopilot, you're gonna hear me screaming at the autopilot much more often to make it stop. Because it'll do stupid stuff, and it's like, well, to make it stop, you gotta tell it to stop. You scream at it, make it stop. Ow. All stop? Yeah. You know what's going to happen? I'm going to turn into Jean-Luc Picard.
Anywhere within this sector will be fine, Operative.
I'll start using his terminology for ship commands. Don't run into that.
Autopilot. Disengaged.
No. So I'm going to have Jean-Luc Picard. I didn't pick up satellites. Velvet Thunder has some. And Falx. Falx, you're going to go pick up some more. Upgrade repair. Pick up some advanced satellites. Pick up 5. Confirm. And then Velvet Thunder. I'll just come up and deploy right where I'm at. So Jean-Luc Picard as my co-pilot. I could deal with that. Who else has a voice pack? That, Jean-Luc Picard? Pickard? Jean. How did that lady say? Jean-Luc, it's Pickard. Did she say Luc or Luke? Jean-Luc Pickard? And just the frustration on Picard's face anytime she did that was hilarious. Most of the Next Generation crew was cool. Q caught him that. No. I'm gonna have to double check that. I don't remember him doing it that way. I was thinking of the Time's Arrow, when they have to go figure out why Data's head is found in a 100-year-old mine. Or not 100, but many hundreds of years old mine. And they're staying in this one lady's attic. And she pronounced it weird. Pronounced his name weird. That's one I was thinking of. A parrot voice pack. Nice. When he died. Okay, I'll have to go look at that episode again. I will look at that episode again because it's been a little while since I rewatched Next Generation. So I will do that. Because I hate not knowing. I'm usually the one that knows everything about Star Trek. There we go, one satellite down. Back at the Academy. Didn't he go back to the Academy? Where is Velvet Thunder with the satellite? Come on. He did go back to the Academy in that episode that Slane was talking about. And he played it safe instead of getting into the fight. Yeah. That much I remember. Yeah, played it safe instead of getting into the fight, which changed the course of his life. He started playing it safe all the time and never made it to captain. So then he's like, well, yeah, I should go and nearly get my heart destroyed and have to get a prosthetic heart. Otherwise, I'll never be the captain of the Enterprise. That's basically how that one played out. But I'll have to watch it again to see how Q refers to him. Krogunk. I'll take a Krogunk. Although I don't have... Yep, I don't have any Pokeballs left. I'll have to deal with that later. I'm not going to do that on stream. Alright, Velvet Thunder, come on. It's too far away. Let's bring it back. There we go.
Let's see here. 2 medical emergencies and a harmless collision in the docking queue. Nothing out of the ordinary. Patrols are already moving in to assist. Carry on with your task.
Autopilot engaged.
So most of the TNG crew, maybe. Tell me they got Wesley. Okay, I'm going to copy that. I don't want to forget that because I want to see. I want to see it. I don't remember that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I trust you. I definitely want to see that. Again. So let's not lose that. All right. Because I'm remembering the old lady from Time's Arrow. There you go, Retro. You got yourself a Krogunk. If you scroll down, and you'll see a widget on my Twitch page there that shows you your stats and everything for that Pokemon community game, whatever they call it. Pokemon community game. Gonna use Velvet Thunder again to deploy another satellite here. There's the Falx on its way. Velvet Thunder. Where are you, Velvet Thunder? On its way through. There we go. Sent me a GIF. Where? Am I not getting my whispers? There it is. There's the whisper. All right, let's look at this. Yeah. Yeah. As soon as I saw it, I hear it in my head now. You're... Thank you. That is... everybody's reaction is just absolutely spot on. Scan to deploy. Deploy. Yeah, deploy here. Civilian advanced satellite. Equipment dock ahoy. The Terran equipment dock. So yeah, thank you, Casey Strange. I don't have to go watch the episode now because just seeing the GIF is like immediately refreshes my memory of that.
Know what to watch out for. A civilian transport logged an unidentified vessel creeping about at the edges of the sector, refusing to answer when being asked for directions. There's no mention of a patrol encounter, so that ship might still be out there. Judging by the log trajectory, we may be able to make a strike in the next sector. That's a lead. Let's move.
So, Retro, am I supposed to go to the equipment dock for some reason? Well, maybe. Like, where is...
Interesting.
Yeah, that's
We're
true.
getting
That's true.
dangerously close to
I
Sagaris
should.
Pioneer's territory. They're spread thin and rely on Terran trade. That makes them especially vulnerable to these pirate raids. If I were
That
a
way they're on
shadowy
board my
nemesis
ship
that
instead of on
wanted
my
to strike the
follower.
protectorate where it's weakest, Pioneer's space is
Can you please
where
stop
I'd
talking,
begin.
Delilah? Alright, good watching out there, Retro. Yeah, and I need to pick up the flares too. Because I get shot at by missiles all the time.
Docking
apparently.
granted. Docking aborted.
Well, hey, you know, I didn't mean it. Depends on which military you're in. I would be yes ma'am because the Marine Corps taught me to do sir and ma'am. Navy does sir for everybody that's an officer, regardless of gender. I think. Last time I looked into it anyway. I don't know what the Terran Protector does. If there's... Is there at any point in time an actual option that would be yes ma'am or sir? I don't remember.
Docking granted.
Okay. Let's get our gear.
Successfully docked.
Upgrade, repair, no repairs.
We're pleased to welcome you aboard.
We're pleased to welcome you aboard. I'm sure. That sounds so sarcastic. Laser tower. We have 5 of those. Don't care about mines. And get my flares. Yeah. Technically speaking, yes, space would be Navy. What does Star Trek do? I don't remember what Star Trek does right now. I know they got the yes sir, but there's oh no, they do sir. I just watched Voyager the other day, and the first episode, Ensign Kim was all like yes sir to Janeway, and she's like, I know Starfleet requires it, but she prefers not to have sir.
Engaged.
Then he's like, oh yes ma'am. She's like, no, Captain. No, she prefers. Ma'am works in a pinch. So yeah, Starfleet is sir. Technically. But I've never understood any reasoning why. I was like, why is it gotta be sir if it's a woman? Yeah, skipper. I did prefer Janeway's response to it. I was like, use captain. I mean, it doesn't take much more to say captain, and if you're really in a pinch, you can just use whatever gets the attention of the person.
Entering Saturn 1.
Alright, satellite deployment ready. In a moment.
Autopilot.
Autopilot.
Disengaged.
Turn off. Okay, so with first off, thank you for your service.
No, there's something here.
So what does the US name? Do I have it wrong?
Team can't quite pinpoint. I believe a more in-depth
Is always just what you're saying, is that always skipper, or do they ever use ma'am or sir at all?
That produced a result at least. If you keep this up, you'll be able to narrow down the signal's origin. Move towards the new search area and try again. It's getting clearer. Great. Keep it up.
Get another save in here before I go and stumble into another ambush. I don't know if you heard me or not, Slane, but I was... If you could clarify which one the Navy uses. How they structure it. I just want to make sure I don't have it wrong and repeat it wrong.
We've almost got it.
That's it right there, the question mark marker. Just got to be close enough to do a scan to get it.
There we go. I'll assign a local patrol to assist you right away. These
Oh, I'm
pirates
getting a
won't
patrol
ambush
helmet.
us this time.
Nothing to see here. Yeah. Except, if you get too close, you get swarmed real fast. Alright, so we got a patrol on the way. I did not get that help last time because I just blundered into it. And we've got my own ships. Will be here. There's that patrol coming now. Alright. This should go faster. Turrets will be on... I prefer them to attack my enemy just so I can take them down faster, but I think I need to put them on, or leave them on defend this time, so that they'll watch my back. Okay, so yeah, I get the skipper slash captain for regards to the ranks. If they're in charge of a ship, then they're whether a captain or acting captain, that is their given title while they're in command. And then using their rank most of the time, looks like. Okay. Attack all enemies works better. Alright, we'll give it a shot. I have to turn it off for attack all enemies when I'm near stations, because when you get those glitched criminal ships, attack all enemies ends up attacking the station by accident. Wait, that's not my...
Gladius.
What are you doing? Get back here. Get back here. I'm going to lose the Gladius. He's being stupid. Let's go to the patrol. Follow me, Gladius.
Your escort is ready and eager for a fight.
You're going to regret that.
Xenon, dispatch them, operative.
Ukri. N.
That machine can actually shoot.
N. Ukri. N.
I'll want you out.
Awaiting orders.
N.
was stuck.
Awaiting orders.
Alright, let's see here. You guys were chatting while I was zoned out. Okay, so that tracks with most of what I know there. Just calling by the primary of their rank. And yes, Retro, I agree. I think it should stagger the shots. In lieu of staggering them, I've got them set up in alternatives, so if I do run into overheating issues, I can switch and just fire 2 at a time till they overheat, and then switch to the other 2.
A local trader just sent out a distress signal, and the pattern matches that of an earlier pirate attack. We're close to apprehending these intruders.
Alright, off we go.
Autopilot.
And so calling somebody by the title of their... So, like, whatever their department, if they're the department head, the department becomes their title, in a way, I guess. Would that be similar to, like in Star Trek, when the captain says ops laying a course type thing, and you know, using ops as the whoever happens to be at that position responds and follows out the order, or carries out the order.
Uranus.
Thunder, did you take any hull damage? No. Very good. Excuse me. Oh, really? I cannot tell if you're being sarcastic or not.
Autopilot. Disengaged.
Okay, what am I supposed to do? Damage high-tech trader. Find a damaged high-tech trader. Let's scan.
Seems you've arrived just in time. The reports are piling up in Pioneer's territory, as we feared.
Hokkaido, Okinawa.
Okinawa. Part of the Terran Protectorate. Thought it was supposed to be the Pioneers. I gotta get used to this ship's travel mode being taking longer to stop. Okay, gotcha. That makes... after I said it, I was like, that sounds more... What you're saying lines up with what I was thinking. But then... How is the title of the post different from the title of the same person that's in command of that? So like you said, ops. I'm thinking, you know, you say ops do this thing. How is that different from the person in charge of ops overall? Scanning. No, that's not how you scan. Let's get away from it so I don't bump into it.
How odd. The trader reports that she was ordered to drop her cargo, but that nothing of value ended up being stolen. Only a small amount of foodstuffs. However, there's no time to dwell on that right now. This is as far as I can safely communicate with you, Operative. From here on out, you're on your own.
Okay.
Aha! Now that the venerable Terran individual has terminated communications, I can finally share my insights with my valued assistant. I do so fancy a scientific investigation.
Okay. So ops is like a bunch of different things, so there would never be an actual post of ops. So there would never be no confusion there. Okay, gotcha. Now Bosotaz doesn't want to talk to the Terrans, or have the Terrans over here as talking. I didn't know he had interaction with the Terrans in that way. So that is cool.
Entering Neptune.
Alright, so how do I prevent the attack? Am I going to scan? Do I need to drop a satellite?
I spot a Pioneer mining fleet in the distance. Maybe we can ask them for directions.
I'm the one going to go ask for directions here, Retro. Okay. It just seems, I suppose it seems a little bit odd to me that we just walk around the ship, you see a person and be like, oh, hey, Ops, how you doing?
By the Queen. Those pioneers
if that's
seem to be in trouble.
Indeed how the conversation would go.
Who treads there? One step closer, and your space fly chow.
No. This can't be happening. Fleet, defend yourself. Don't let that Yaki take away our hard-earned credits.
Captain? Are you sure?
Of course I am. We're pioneers, and we won't be done in by a pirate.
Come, my children. Tear them from their metal coffins.
What was that? That actually hurt my ears a bit.
Awaiting orders.
This Yaki controls Xenons. Shot out from somewhere.
Scanning.
Come on.
P.
How about you? Let's get you. P. That's dangerous. Oh, get away from me.
M. N.
Not good enough.
N.
I usually just kind of jump headlong into everything. I wouldn't call it bravery. I'd call it just
N.
dumb luck. I've done that before.
Awaiting orders.
I did that when I went into the Xenon territory. I definitely did that.
Oh, that was a close one. Now, friend, I don't know how to thank you. Had you not arrived at precisely the right moment, I don't know if we would have found the courage to stand up against that vile fiend.
But, Captain Atreides...
Reuven, please, give our guest a moment to breathe. Maybe collecting the cargo that was scattered during this most heinous attack will help lift our spirits, yes? Please, friend, give us a hand if you will.
Okay. Collect some cargo. I can do that. Yeah, if that had been a bunch of P's out there, that would have been... There was one P. The rest were M's and N's. If it had been all P's, oh, no.
Splendid. Please, friend, do accompany us on our journey. It is just a short hop. Upon our arrival, I will arrange for you to be generously accommodated.
He certainly likes the word friend. Oh, yeah. I did draw a few away from the main fight so I could handle them without being swarmed. Oh, this again? Can he go at the same speed I'm going? Somehow. So does autopilot work?
Engaged.
Say, friend, what leads you to this most remote of places? Perhaps you've heard of the famous Pioneers Initiative and couldn't help but want to see this most honorable endeavor for yourself. I can proudly say that us pioneers have dutifully expanded the reaches of Sol ever since our inception, and our glorious tale grows grander by the day.
I must say that this operation is rather fascinating.
A boron? How intriguing. You couldn't possibly be here because of the planetary beautification program?
Really?
Oh, indeed. I have a plethora of vivid ideas that I would very much like to... I mean, that information is classified. Friend?
Right. Too many ears. Well, I'm sure we'll have ample opportunity for a chat once we arrive at our destination, my dear friends.
He is very odd, and I don't like his overuse of the word friend. Makes me feel very much like he's not friendly, or has something to hide. How far are we going, I wonder? He did say it was only a short hop away. What is he flying? Wisdom of Pines is the name of his ship.
Bolo. Mineral.
Mineral harvester or transport. Yeah. Because autopilot is maintaining
Captain, we're
speed
approaching
within,
our base of operations.
or matching the speed, I guess. There's an autosave. Oh. So I can't figure out how to, if I go into travel mode, it's going to go max travel mode speed. But if you're trying to follow somebody, how do you match their speed in travel mode? But autopilot can do it apparently.
Well then, my friend, you go and take the cargo you helped us collect to the customs officer over yonder. Don't worry, she'll catch on eventually, and you'll get your share.
Autopilot.
Wait.
Disengaged.
Take it to the customs officer. She'll catch on eventually, and then I'll get my share. Are we smugglers?
Autopilot. Engaged.
So yeah, it worked for me outside of travel mode. I've not tried it in travel mode yet, so I'll have to try that next time. So is he a smuggler? Because he's like, the customs officer will catch on eventually. Which... that doesn't sound right to me. That she's supposed to catch on to something. Good. Okay, stop. Autopilot. Just stop.
Disengaged.
Not flying well, autopilot.
Keith, stop them.
Docking granted.
Okay.
Successfully docked.
This entire situation appears to be rather opaque. I do hope that this customs officer will be able to shed some light on what we just witnessed.
I am in agreement with that, Bosata. I suppose this is par for the course, as I am a covert operative. I guess getting involved with criminals is part of being the covert operative. Oh, why didn't the thing just guide me out towards the front? I had a feeling it was going to go there, but it went around the other way. Customs office. No, that's just a regular crewman. I thought that might be the guy. Yeah, vast trading empire for covert operations. Referred as deep undercover. Yeah.
Yes? How can I help you?
It's going to be one of those. Captain Atreides. Captain Atreides sent me.
Yes. I've been expecting another delivery. One shipment of Terran tech unloaded and ready for sampling. Few of these crates are damaged. That's a bit troubling. You wouldn't know anything about that, now would you?
Ooh. Should I be honest or not entirely honest? Dune's surname? Let's go with number 2. It's simply the risk we take.
True, but you can't keep going overboard. I know how much this operation means to all of you, but if Protectorate citizens keep getting hurt, that'll put us all in danger. Here, take this as a token of thanks, and maybe tell Atreides not to overdo it.
Traders. This all seems rather unconventional. I'll make sure to unconventional.
Oh, I see you're not familiar with our customs procedures. Don't worry about it. Here, take this as well, and you'll have to excuse me, but I'm quite busy.
That's all I get? I mean, not the money part, that's all I
I'm
get.
afraid I was not
Information.
quite able to follow. We may have to investigate further. The denizens of the local recreation establishment will surely be able to elaborate. Trust me, assistant, for I have done my research on proper detective work.
Research on detective work is vastly different from actual practice of detective work. I don't know. I've not kept up with it, unfortunately. I would like to, but I've not had a chance. Q4. Maybe I can catch up on it before the second part comes out.
Stars light upon you.
What do you do here?
My people are spread far, and I consider it my holy duty to travel the gate network and give spiritual guidance to those in need.
How's that working out for you?
One day, these pioneers will perceive that their work is guided by the sacred geometry of the cosmos that shaped us all. However, I have realized, with great regret, that not even my Paranid brethren among the scientific elite can spare the time for my counsel. Truly a tragic display of hubris. I had no choice but to withdraw to this humble place so that I may meditate and resume my service among the lowest of the low.
So he's got such, I think he originated from the Holy Order of the Pontifex, and they got such a low opinion of everyone else in the galaxy. It's so annoying. Yes, long establishing shots of the desert is that's my dream movie. If I had a 3-hour movie of just a long establishing shot of the desert, that'd be perfect. What do you think these people need?
These people desperately need someone to teach them serenity and contentment. This area of the gate network houses so many disparate peoples, so much potential for strife. And even on this station, there is scarcely a moment of peace. Not so long ago, I observed a pilot with a terribly asymmetrical face storm through these serene halls, assailing innocent bystanders. It would truly be a shame if this budding community were to wither in senseless conflict.
Okay. Thank you.
Good day to you.
Now, I think some of the shows that do all that long establishing shots and stuff that just we see over and over again, they could cut some of that down and not have the shows or the episodes be so long. I'm definitely gonna check. I got such a long list of things to watch though. So subtly ask around. How to get me subtle.
Hello there.
Hello. Good thing I arrived in time for what?
Yeah, about that. You do realize that we're professionals, right? That we've probably dealt with pirates in the past? That situation could have gone a lot worse, but it also could have gone a whole lot better if we'd made even the slightest effort to de-escalate. Look, I'm glad you came to help us out, but next time, try to read the situation first. Should probably tell that to the captain, too.
See you around. You got a guy whose only purpose is to just attack you, and you think you can de-escalate? That doesn't make sense. I'll save the captain for last. Let's see if there's anybody up here. Who are you?
Greetings, fellow pioneer.
What's your position?
I'm on a trade mission for the local branch of the Teladi Company. If things go well, I may soon call myself CEO of the Ugaras Foundation, purveyor of progress and business partner of the Cigaris Pioneers. Independence is truly one of the greatest catalysts for profit.
Seen any asymmetrical faces around?
you heard that certain sensory impressions can trigger memories? For me, personally, it is the sight of my credit balance increasing.
He wants 179,000 credits for the information. I suppose.
A pleasure doing business with you. I can already feel it all coming rushing back to me. Now, I do vividly remember seeing a man, most likely an Argon, leaving the customs office in a hurry. As a Teladi, I cannot really comment on such things.
Right.
But one of his kind may indeed have described him as unseemly. His face bore strange markings, possibly from a war injury or a cheap surgery. That said, I was supposed to discuss a trade agreement today, and my appointment keeps getting postponed. I have waited quite long enough. Farewell, generous patron.
These guys talk so slow. Oh, I'm being sent back to him now.
Stars
Why?
light upon you.
No, I've
Good
already
day
asked
to
him
you.
all that stuff. And good profits to you.
Hello there, pilot.
Although my profits are not coming in as quickly as I would thought they would with combat missions. Let's see. How'd you end up here?
End up here?
Sure.
I was with the pioneers from the very start. Well, almost. Mining rights were difficult to come by back in those days. And if you're just some odd jobber on the edges of Sol, the well-oiled machine of the Terran protectorate economy treats you like space dust. No offense, by the way. Don't know if you're affiliated, but you did meet up with us coming from that direction.
Shani says you shouldn't overdo it.
Does she now? Gah, the gall of the woman. She's the one who got us into that situation in the first place. Oh, I'll tell her a story, all right, when I next meet her.
And what do you mean by that?
Nothing in particular. You know, the usual dangers of long-distance hauling. I mean, mining. Don't concern yourself with that. Right now, all is well. And you're
Smugglers.
our honored guest.
And your assistant thinks you messed up.
And she told you that? You two must be getting rather close already. Look, I'm not saying she's wrong. I know I jumped the gun. Might have endangered the entire operation.
I'm sorry I misjudged you. I simply saw a ship I didn't know arriving at that crucial moment, and tried my best to keep up appearances.
But I know that doesn't change anything. I should maybe just stay away from Shani for a while. A very long while.
Okay. So I can reveal that I'm Terran Secret Service and accuse him of working with the Yaki.
Enjoy your stay.
That should do it. I believe we have enough clues to find our Yaki connection.
Ah, okay. Confront the suspect. He is the suspect. Okay. So I didn't get the proper welcome to the channel. Did your Gan? Welcome to the stream. You a big X4 fan? You definitely have the quotes down.
Hello there, pilot.
All right.
No, I'm innocent, I swear. That customs officer has been in cahoots with those pirates this entire time. I wouldn't be surprised if she was a Yaki herself.
Really?
You disgust me, Atreides. We made a promise.
I'm only telling the truth, Reuven. I keep telling you that we can't stand up to the Protectorate. Please don't tell your superiors. apprehend that customs officer, and this entire mess will be cleaned up, I promise. Damn it. Reuven, wait!
Praise miscommunication, as our new parent and friend might say. Onward! I have marked the customs office for you.
Right. Okay. Got back. Yeah, I've been away for a little while too. Got back into it because I wanted to stream it and play the Terran cadet playthrough. Oh, she's gone.
Oh no! The tadpole has jumped the pond. Hurry up, assistant. Our investigation demands the utmost haste.
Give me my next. Gotta follow her. So, yep, undocking. Let's get to the katana. Okay, so you're as lost as I am. Good. And this is your second time. I don't feel so bad about being kind of lost here. Somehow those clues were supposed to lead us to thinking the captain was working with the Yaki. But then he told us that there's a customs officer. But I don't understand how any of those clues that we talked about led us to that conclusion. I think this is one of those where the writing was not done quite that well. Yeah, right?
Autopilot engaged.
It reminds me of the quest I'm on in Mountain Blade 2, Bannerlord, that is like...
That asteroid does look peculiarly inhabited.
Who you talk to doesn't really give you information.
It might just be the poor quality of your camera's resolution, but I do advise caution. And there is the customs officer again. Do not spook her. We still have to find the clue.
Well, what clue?
You, stop right there.
Rapier.
Judging by previous reactions to your rather forceful negotiation tactics, a certain amount of pressure will likely cause her to yield.
Alright, do I calm her?
What do you want? Are you threatening me? I have no further business with you.
I killed your Yaki friend. Surrender? Lux's death was an accident. I'm sorry. No, I'll be forceful.
What's that supposed to tell me? That you're willing to murder the unfortunate until you get what you want? Is that how you negotiate? There are many here like me. People who found a glimmer of purpose with the pioneers after everything else failed them. And day after day, people like you, who just want to ruin our lives for the sake of it, keep showing up. I won't put up with it anymore. I can't. You will just keep coming. You say you killed one of my friends? Just like that? I won't let you hurt anyone else.
He was attacking me first, so...
I really don't want to use this, but you have no choice.
Use what? Has she got a super weapon?
Why isn't this working?
Oh, dearie me, no. An item. How curious. This appears to be a rather advanced piece of cybernetics. Its creator seems to have poured his very soul into the intricate metalwork. And if my eyes do not mislead me, yes, it appears to be linked to the scary and sinister asteroid in your vicinity. Assistant, I command you to investigate.
You command me. Yes, he does. And he goes from just being there to being like, I'm in charge, you do what I say. My Fox and Gladius seem to be stuck. Should I be in scan mode? Oh. Alright, I'm gonna have to get my Gladius to come over here. I don't know if that's just transfer to it. Oh. Am I gonna hate it too? Probably. Are you stuck? He doesn't seem to be stuck. Remove assignment and come here. And let's get the Falcons to move as well. Let's just tell them to fly out here. Get them unstuck from wherever they're at. Alright, so we got Didgerin hates it. Retro. I could space suit it, but I don't know if I want to. And Retro loves it. I'm not sure how I'm going to feel about it. I'm not sure. But I'm going to get over with. We are going to space suit it. Because the Gladius is taking too long to get here. We're going to save first, of course. Too claustrophobic. Yeah, I can see that happening. And there are other missions that the one with the families. Oh, he got here. Where you have to go in and destroy their meeting station or something. That one is also very tight quarters. How far is the... Why does this not have shields? No, it's got shields. Okay. Where is... No, he's too far away. Alright. Here we go. We'll reassign Velvet Thunder to defense. The spacesuit is too slow. I hate how slow it is. Velvet Thunder's getting closer. Is teleportation researched yet? No. It's still, what is it waiting on? Still waiting on those. Is the... Still waiting on all the resources to build it. Great. Too slow. Where is... It's not coming up. I don't know if the Gladius would actually fit in here. It's too wide. You did in the Gladius? Yeah, that's the thing. I don't want to be trying to not hit the walls with the wings. There's nothing that requires like a fighter's weapons, is there? Since you suggested spacesuit, I'm assuming you know that there's nothing in there that I need fighter's weapons for. It's just so slow without the ship. Oh man, that makes me want to go get the fighter. There it is.
Gladius. Out of docking range.
Out of docking range, fine. Stop right there where you are. Okay, Dig, tell me. Do I need a fighter, or can I do it in a spacesuit? Okay. Not going to then.
Out of docking range.
Yeah, out of docking range still. I need you to stop moving, please. Move assignment. Hold position. There we go. There's nothing to make it come too mean. I need a travel mode on my spacesuit. I can't even turn on SATA. I know there's a few where it's like you have to actually go in with your spacesuit. There's no way to get anything in there. And there's one in if you're not playing a Terran and the Terrans arrive, there's one there that you definitely don't want to go in your spacesuit because you actually encounter turrets. Really? That'd be nice right now. Some mines and those turrets. Yeah, I definitely don't want to be in my spacesuit then. One mine and I'm done. In the spacesuit.
Docking granted.
And I will take the seat, please.
Hello there.
Ah! Stop. And what are you doing? Katana, just fly to right there. Fly and wait right there. Remove all the other... just remove all orders. There we go. And it'll stay put. Alright. Here we go. Much better on speed. I'm going to rotate this way. Let the wings go down in the sides, maybe. I don't know if it matters.
I can feel this place watching me. I suggest we conclude our investigation in the most efficacious and hasty manner possible.
There's our first obstacle. Drone view. Oh, yeah.
Laser tower Mark 1.
Give me that.
Danger.
Even from that distance, I hit my shields a bit. How do I not have the option to select these guys? That kind of worked. It got some behind them, but it didn't get the ones I was trying to get. Come on. There we go. Let the smoke clear. Yeah. Shotgun it. Hit as much as you can. Keep thinking there's gonna be like a path down below me. More of the missiles.
I do not like the look of that.
Laser tower online.
Yeah, I'm the same way. So, since this is your first time here on my X4 stream, this playthrough is one I'm doing, like I'm trying to do all the stuff I've not done before. Yeah, Spacesuit would not have been... I would have been coming after you, Retro, if I'd gone forward with the Spacesuit. So thank you, Dig, for not letting me do that. So most of my playthroughs have always been like, I do trading, and I do really well with trading. I make tons of money trading. But I wanted this playthrough to be doing things I've not done before. So missiles, combat, like focus on combat, not just the occasional combat, but an actual focus on combat and making my money with combat instead of trading. So I'm learning how to use the missiles more effectively with this character. It's a slow process because most of the time you fire a missile and the ship fires flares and nothing hits. And then the part of having to replenish them. Nothing to the left. And nothing to the right. Open sesame. Now I see something there I don't like. What is that?
Abandoned asteroid base.
Okay, can we not select that anymore? It looks like a ship there. I do not want to get into the dogfight in the asteroid base tunnels.
An abandoned Yaki ship. So this is what that awfully suspicious customs officer was hiding.
Claim it.
Rhea.
Okay.
We found something out here.
Protect it.
Gladius.
I will go claim it. Was that it? No. There it is.
Now, I am sure that you would like to familiarize yourself with the controls of this intriguing vessel, but all in due time. May I propose that we first increase the abandonment of this horrible place by several levels of desolation?
Yes, absolutely. We're
Radar.
going to destroy it.
Docking granted.
As soon as I get back inside of the ship. Yeah, but Xenon's the ones that keep on firing the flares and preventing me from even hitting them with missiles. Whoa, this one goes faster. That's the way we came in. Is this an exit here? No way we can fit through that, can we? We can. I need to tell the Gladius to get out of there too.
Such ingenuity! Assistant, you have outdone yourself.
Have I though? I'm bouncing off the walls. OOS? What do you mean by OOS? Oh, out of system. Yeah, okay, gotcha. I'll wait to order it later then. Okay, let's go back to this mode. Go up a little bit. Down, up. Oh, this is tricky. I would not want to do this at full speed. Woo! Alright, I'll just go for this one.
Abandoned asteroid base.
Now that we have completed that most uncomfortable episode, there appear to be multiple options at your disposal, Assistant. From what I could gather, your other employer would undoubtedly appreciate your swift return.
Smart missiles.
However, those overzealous Terrans will likely quarantine this marvelous piece of technology in their enthusiasm. Should you decide to meet them, it would be prudent to not waste resources on ship equipment beforehand. Alternatively, and if I may say so, preferably, you are always welcome to join me at your own headquarters. I do admit that I may not be the most ostentatious or generous of hosts, but I promise not to damage your newly acquired vessel during the examination. The quest for knowledge is the noblest of pursuits.
Okay. Got some options there. First off, that was actually a very cool retro. I enjoyed that. Threading the needle, as it were, in that mission. Yes, I'm going to go out of sector so that the Gladius can get out of the asteroid safely. And yes, I'm using smart missiles, light swarm smart missiles, if I remember correctly.
And
Welcome back to the Protectorate, Operative. I see you've made a new acquisition. If you dock it at our headquarters, my team will take it apart and extract all the information relevant to your investigation.
Can I get it back afterwards? And dig. I agree. Yeah, that would be. So that's the part I miss from X3. You could actually attach stations. albeit mining stations, but you could attach them to asteroids. I missed that. I think if they were to bring that back here, they could be turned into a really cool mechanic. Pirate fleets working out off an asteroid base. That'd be awesome. Absolutely awesome. Tell me what happens if you give it to Bosa Ta, because I'm staying true to this character's Terran loyalty. Yeah, X3, that's the one I played the most up until getting X4. I played X3 the most. And I've always been attracted to these kinds of games, especially because, well, 4X games. I like building bases. I like doing the trade. And X3 was the one that was like the best. And then, what was the one that we don't speak of came out? And I thought it was going to be good, but I went back to X3. So if I take it to Bosa Ta, I get to keep the ship. And, well, don't worry about telling me we're going to the Terrans. We're going to give it to them because I am a Terran through and through with this character. So we're going to tell the Katana to go to the dock so that if they take this ship away from me, I have a ship there. And then I'm going to also, well, I'm going to use, because it's got two paths, I'm going to use start guidance to objects. So I got the one path. First, let's do autopilot for a little bit. I want to look at this ship in detail. Let's go here. Go to ship overview. All right. First off, I like the overall shape of it, but I don't like. Okay, so I like this shape part, but I don't like its profile, and I don't like the skinny things on the wings there. Four weapons is good. I do like that. Mark II all around. Mark II. Mark II. Bolt repeaters. Just went through the gate. Yeah, it does have a very Klingon-ish look to it. I think if they, instead of the wings having the three little spiny things coming out of them, if that was more of a solid arch there, instead of being individual, if they solidified all that, that'd be a more Klingon to me. But overall, yeah, I agree. Very Klingon looking. Frankenstein, Paranid, yeah. Same. I'm not a big fan of Paranid stuff very often. Let's see, what's 3 crew in total. And it's just got bolt repeaters on it right now, which is not. Those are good if you don't have the money for anything else, but bolt repeaters are not the best for a fighter. And it depends on what you're doing with a fighter, I guess. What this one is? I believe it, being a unique one. I agree. They feel good, but their range sucks.
Saturn 1.
So I put, when you get to medium and bigger ships, I put bolts on the turrets because they're good anti-fighter turrets. And if your fighter is just going to go up against other fighters, then okay, fine. They're pretty good for fighter-on-fighter combat. But if you're looking for a versatile fighter that can do dogfights and take on some medium ships, bolts are just not the answer. I'm thinking about switching my turrets out. I typically do like half flak and half bolt. I found the bolt seems to, for some reason, just works better. I don't know why. Argon flak? Or argon bolt? I'm guessing flak, since it's you're in favor of flak. No, I wouldn't do flak on small ships, no.
Entering Jupiter.
I typically do, back when I did quasars with argon. Let's go. I won't be allowed to purchase from there. I should be able to do something here. Nope. Not the size I'm looking for. Yeah. Well, I can't show you any of the argon. That's Teladi. Because I can't buy from argon right now. And Antigone, no, they should have one here. No. Okay, Antigone used to have quasars for sale somewhere. I've lost it though.
Entering asteroid belt.
Oh, smaller. Okay. No problem. Yeah. I was thinking there was a single flak weapon that was not a turret for a minute there. But my fighters, until this playthrough, my fighters have always had, it was my fighter. It had some kind of pulse weapon on it.
Entering
I
Mars.
just got slammed by another ship. If I was building fighters for my fleet, then I put bolt on light fighters, and I put some laser / pulses on heavier fighters so they could go up against the medium and larger ships. Yeah. Oh, Shard. Wait a minute. Maybe I'm thinking about the Shard being the one I really hate. Because that's like the shotgun one, right? Is the way it's kind of described.
Autopilot disengaged.
Identifying criminal vessels.
Docking granted.
I personally just usually go with some kind of energy weapon because it's space. It's supposed to be lasers.
Successfully done.
Please step out of this monstrosity, Operative.
Yeah.
My team will take it from here.
Rhea.
And then you got to really worry about the where's the exit? The range issue on it. And there it goes into internal storage. I love this. Reminds me of Elite Dangerous, actually, the way ships go down into storage.
Wonderful. That didn't take long. I'm transmitting the decrypted navigational data to your mission interface. And one more thing. Since you appear to be nearing the final stage of your investigation, I think you should travel in style. It's time to drop the masquerade and display the full force of the Terran Protectorate. You'll find her on the dock.
Okay. Find her on the dock. I have a new ship, apparently. I'm going to show this to you up close. They just gave me a brand new katana. Retro. Because there's a katana I built. Now I got another katana. Is this how you get introduced to the retro katana or to the katana retro? And then you fell in love with it, and then you're like, tell me to get it. And now I got two of them, and I don't know. I'm not upset. I'm confused. Yeah, it's like, she's all like, travel in style. I'm like, I'm gonna get a really big one. I'm gonna get a big ship, and it's just another katana, which is nice, but Oh, you kept the Moira? Okay.
Please check the cargo is secured before departure.
I see what I see your point of view, but I also like you have to deliver the ship somehow. Oh, NED. Okay, yeah. I'm trying to get teleport. I don't have the money, or I have the money. Now it's just waiting on the construction to finish. There's a big issue with our katana? Why is there a big issue with our katana? I need to go have it refit it. Fly to a suitable... What? Okay, that's frustrating. Go to the katana.
Katana.
Oh. There's no crew. That's why I wouldn't fly anywhere. Why I couldn't do any upgrades or repairs. She gave me an empty katana with no crew. Alright, let's see how bad it is. Mark II combat engines. That's fine. That's what I have on my katana. Mark II all-arounders. Nope, we're going to switch that out to combat Mark II. No, she didn't. She gave me Mark II shields instead of Mark III? That ain't right. That ain't right. She said I'm supposed to return in style. How do you call it in style if you're giving me Mark II shields instead of Mark III? Although it is Mark II pulse lasers. I like that. All pulse lasers, yes. I do like that. That's good. Pulse turrets. I'm actually going to swap one of those out for a beam. Let's go. The second one's going to be a beam. The first one, I do have bolts on my other one. We'll keep with the pulse on this one. We'll see how that works out. Let's go and upgrade to Mark II software. Long range scan, police scanner. Don't care about trading. Satellites, I'm not care about. I want flares. And then crew. Can I afford it? I can, just barely. Now I gotta wait for the materials to get there.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
It's a nice ship to get as a reward. It's just a little bit disappointing since I had one already. That's all. Just cancel your orders there. Don't go further. What the heck? why are we going to go all the way around when we can just go through here? Come to here. Oh, this katana. Flying way to there. Oh, it's a one-way superhighway? Crap. Why? That means I gotta go through the bad for your shields sector. There's that escape pod still sitting there. I'm not bringing other ships with me, because they lag behind too much and get into fights. I don't think I want to bring them with me because of that. There's a scheduled upgrade. Let's get it done already. Load out. Let's go that way.
Awaiting orders.
The other katana has arrived at their location. Yeah, that's what Retro said with one-way superhighway. That's frustrating. Don't like that. Are there mods on this katana, Retro? Is it a modded katana, and that's why it's better? Find an anomaly? I wish. I haven't found any yet. Aside from the ones you're guided to for the HQ. Is it going to be obvious when I see it? Or have I already screwed it up by changing equipment? Which is not going fast at all. That's... How can I cancel that? Because that's just taking forever. Guess I can't. I guess I can bring the whole fleet. I'm not going to bring the Velvet Thunder. I'm going to put the Velvet Thunder away. I'll bring the katana and the Falks. Okay. Still waiting on the upgrades. See if Seda will make any traders come back quicker. Aha, Seda worked. Got a trader here quick that had the stuff that was needed.
We've transferred a peculiar program from the Yaki ship to this one. It appears to manipulate the friend-foe identification in some manner. This might come in handy when you reach your destination, but stay alert nonetheless.
Seda is your best friend sometimes.
Autopilot.
Friend-foe program. Interesting. Alright, Fox. You're going to defend this Delta.
Joining squad.
And Katana 1 will attack with Commander.
Joining squad.
And Velvet Thunder will stay behind. In case I lose my entire fleet, I still have my Gladius. I love Seda. So one of the tricks to doing the trade routes and making money off trade routes in like about a total of 10 hours of gameplay, you'll have all the money you need for anything, is finding the right routes, of course, and then have your Seda built and go sit in your private office at your HQ, activate Seda, walk away for a little while, go have supper, go watch a TV show, come back, profit. And it's because it just makes everything go faster. So the trade route that takes an hour and brings in 100,000 credits or whatever, turn on Seda and you're getting like 2 hours worth of work done in 1 hour then. I see where you're coming from as far as feeling like cheating. But because it was in X3, and it had an actual in-game, I don't remember it now, but in X3 it had a full-blown in-game explanation and everything. I've never had that feeling with it. I could see why you would. It just never went that way for me. And also, it makes sense that they would make the friend-foe thing tied to the story, because then we'd go to abuse it too much. Yeah, it was, instead of having the travel mode that we have now, it was Seda was how to travel faster. Was singularity something time something. But I would say it's not cheating because you still have to work to get it. You gotta put in the work to get it and build it, because it's part of the lost technology, just like some of the jump gates were lost.
Entering system. The Void.
So that is the arcane function of that peculiar apparatus. Those Xenon do not recognize you as an enemy.
Cover deactivated.
Why was it deactivated? Oh, because I'm not near them anymore, I guess. Cool. For the Tide. Where is the Tide? I need to find somebody that has a salvage module on their station so I can set my salvage ship up and working, because I'm still waiting on my salvage station to get it built. That's something I really want to do, but I haven't had a chance to do it yet. While I could run missions while my trade ships are doing their thing, I've done it on occasion, like when I'm still trying to set stuff up, but I got really into just the Empire management. Why autopilot? And then I got to a certain point where it's like, I'm just managing the Empire. I don't want to go and do a mission. I just have things to manage. So then I did the Seda then to get to the next point of managing. Okay.
Entering system. Second contact.
Yeah, Dig, I'm the same way. I've not gotten into it yet. Not really. I bought a ship, and then I realized the ship is useless without having a salvage module on a station somewhere. Avarice. Avarice. Have I discovered Avarice? Doesn't seem like it. I'll have to find them on the map later.
Entering system. Argon Prime.
Well, yeah, Slane, that's what I'm trying to find. Any faction that has a salvage module on a ship or on a station. Because my Manticore, the pilot cannot travel but one sector. So he's going to have to find a sector that has salvageable ships and a station with a salvage module on it until he's ranked up enough to travel further. So that's my problem right now, is I can't make him, and I haven't bought any seminars yet either. I should probably look into that. And so when you have the cover activated, you can't do your Empire management? Is that what you mean, Retro?
Cover activated. Yaki.
It does cover for Yaki as well. Oh goodness. Everybody else is hostile. I didn't realize that the first time.
Danger. Entering system. Arcus Cascade. Cover deactivated.
Huh. I think it's going to be interesting, but I don't know if it's going to be something I keep on or use this ship very often because of it. What are you doing, autopilot? This is stupid.
Autopilot. Disengage.
Yeah. Well, I guess, so once the story's over, then it stops doing it.
Danger. Hazardous region detect. Cover activated. Yaki.
It's just so weird to see all that red just suddenly turn pink. So I've searched salvage, and I apparently have not found any place that does salvage yet. I still got lost sectors to discover as well anyway.
Autopilot. Engaged.
I've got my other katana and the Falks on its way. As long as they don't get destroyed on their way here.
Cover activated. Yaki.
My own ships are hostile.
Entering Arcus Cascade. 17. Cover deactivated. Cover activated. Yaki.
Jim, good evening. Well, evening for me, afternoon for you. About now?
Cover deactivated.
Windfall 3, forward allows entry to Avarice. Okay.
Cover activated. Yaki.
That's actually smart, Retro. I'll have to try that on another playthrough. It's going pretty good, Jim. We got a new ship, the Katana that Retro sold me on. So we're doing, we're working on our Terran missions for the Terran Empire. Or Terran Protectorate. How are you doing today?
Entering system. Matrix. Number 79B.
We're taking hits.
Oh, of course you're taking hits. Get out of there. Don't get caught. Go, 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 go. Crap. Well, there goes that katana. Well, I am a ship collector. I'm just slowly collecting right now. How's the Falx doing?
Entering system. Savage Spur.
He's okay. Alright, what am I supposed to do? Defeat Xenon attackers.
How unfortunate. I'm detecting multiple entities with outspokenly murderous intent. Evidently, masking a ship's identity does not accomplish much if the ship is clearly of Terran design.
Right. Ah, I'm gonna get the girls back tomorrow. Very nice. I bet you they're gonna be... vacations are not always the most relaxing. You get back tired from the vacations usually. But I'm sure they'll be happy to be home. Oh? What do you mean? Fine, totally fine we get? Oh, okay. Gotcha. So, they see the Moira. And it's like, okay, it's the Moira, but they see a Terran ship that's clearly Terran that they stop paying attention to the IFF. That makes sense, yeah. Where are you at? Oh, yeah, I'm going to lose that katana. I got a bad feeling about that. The Falx is on its way. I'm going to have to deal with some of these on my own.
M.
We got a save game before we even entered
P.
the area. Oh, that's a P. Ah, I hate going up against the P's. I'm not going to be able to peel any of them off, am I? Can I get you?
M.
Oh, these guys are closer.
P.
happened? Where are they? They just disappeared.
M.
Goodness.
M.
All together just a little bit longer. There we go. Falx is under. I'm gonna lose the Falx. I'm gonna lose the other katana.
Stranger, explain yourself. Who are you? How did you get here? Why? What is that? Indian destroyer. I'm providing you with an escort.
What is this? A Xenon station? I think we might have already passed one of these earlier. I must say, I am rightly flabbergasted by his intricate entanglement. And such an aggressive color scheme.
Oh, no sightseeing.
Okay. Where am I supposed to be going? The shields are not coming back very fast.
Cover activated. Yaki. Cover deactivated.
I lost my Falx before I lost the katana.
Cover activated.
The
Yaki.
katana is not going to last much longer. I shouldn't have brought them with me. I ended up being able to handle this with just the one katana.
Docking granted.
Oh, Retro, what have I done? I've lost 2 of my large ships.
Successfully docked.
And with the cover on, I can't see my other ships anymore.
Glad you're reasonable, stranger. I'm adding you to the admission list for my office.
Cover deactivated.
That does sound eerily familiar. I think I will terminate my communications for now and observe quietly.
Yeah, please do both sides. Sometimes you get a little too talkative.
Finally, come in. Well, where do I start? Where would you start if you were in my place? You suddenly barge into our system in a Terran-made warship. You're a damn security risk.
Then why am I still alive?
Because you're not the first to arrive here. Ever since the realignment of the gates, we're picking up scrappers, adventurers, scientists. Maniacs, all of you. But we can't let anyone die out here. There are already far too few of us.
You trying to recruit me?
I'm not asking you to join the Yaki. We all have our allegiances. But I am asking you to have a closer look. Make your rounds, see how we live. Might just change your perspective.
Okay. We'll tell the obelisk was killed in the fight.
Good. Then he's no longer a threat.
He was a threat.
Don't get me wrong. It's kind of sad that he's gone. He was a good Yaki once. But the way he plastered himself with those cybernetics, with no regard for his or our safety, there's really only one way this could have ended.
Tamatha died. I don't remember who Tamatha is. Are you letting me leave?
Damn right I am. Thanks to that fool obelisk, the war's already underway. With you on the loose, there'll at least be one more pilot with a brain. And a conscience, I hope.
Okay.
Another thing, I called you a stranger earlier, and that was a lie. There's someone I'd like you to meet.
Hey.
My wingman from the original Terran cadet mission.
Well, this is kind of awkward. Don't know if you were expecting to see me. Maybe you were. Maybe that's why you came in the first place. Doesn't matter. What counts is that you're here right now.
Why did you disappear?
That's not an easy question to answer. I guess I was kind of overwhelmed back there. If you remember, we thought we were hot on a trail, and then everything went nova. Organic pulled me out when that maniac obelisk disabled my ship. Been here since then, flying with the Yaki. Testing out my powers.
Powers?
Meet me outside. We'll talk some more when we're back in our pilot seats.
What does it mean by powers? Come on, autosave. There we go. Alright, supposed to go undock. I'd like to see if I can get repairs done first, because I lost some hull, or took some hull damage. Let's see if this place has that option. You think? I killed the customs officer, though. She couldn't be the customs officer.
Cover activated. Yaki. Katana.
Yes, we got repairs. Very nice. That's repair. Add to list. Confirm. Oh, Tamatha. Yeah, okay, you're right. Can't choose anything here. I could upgrade my engines. Shields are already at full. Can't choose anything there or there. They've got software and consumables. Alright. Since I'm friendly with them at the moment, it's unfortunate I cannot see the status of any of my other ships right now. Buy ships. Ooh. Not allowed to. What about small ships? Nope. Oh, there's the Morea. Alright. Suppose it's time to undock then. Lobster ship, yeah.
Alright, time for street talk. First of all, it's damn good to have you back. I've been waiting for an opportunity, and here it is. Secondly, this place stinks. We're about to take a real close look at the heap at its center. And thirdly, it's have you back. Just wanted to make that clear. Anyway, we should get going. If you have something on your mind, just call me, yeah?
I don't know that I do. Let's see what calming him brings up though.
Kurao Kami.
Stop moving. There we go. Calm.
Hey.
Mentioned something about powers. Yes, I know.
Powers? I got none. I've showed off my superior maneuvers from time to time, and just got lucky that no Xenon decided to turn me into scrap. All these cybernetics do for me is make me look like a damn outlaw. No chance Earth is gonna take me back. At least these Yaki aren't gonna kill us as long as you have access to Sol. And as long as I act like some Xenon whisperer prodigy.
I see. Let's see if we can get him to work for us. Which, no. Nope.
That
Intimidate
woman,
the girl.
despite appearances, she's not the Yaki leader. And it shows. They don't trust anyone with power. But someone's gotta keep them away from each other's throats. And that's how she got to where she is now. Helped me out a great deal, but that doesn't excuse what they did to us. To the outpost. And to Sol.
And why'd you really disappear?
Obelisk knocking me out is why I disappeared. That much is true. But these people didn't save me out of the goodness of their hearts. They spied on me. On us. Observed us like lab rats. And when they thought they'd found a candidate for their twisted augmentations, they snatched me away. Okay, not all of them are like that. Just the hardliners. But those are gaining an influence by the minute.
Alright. That's all we can get out of him right now. Let's get closer to this station. Is it going to shoot at me?
Okay, we're here. Time to clue you in about the real deal. That over there, my friend, is an amplifier station. The only one under Yaki control. You've seen what heavily augmented Yaki can do with their cybernetics, eh? This thing, if turned on, further increases the strength and range of those Xenon attacks. Organic says they need it for their own safety. And as a dead man switch when the Protectorate inevitably finds and attacks this place. But she doesn't understand. No, none of them understand. All they're doing is hiding and delaying until they suffocate. Or someone like Obelisk snaps and turns this side of the gate network into a slaughterhouse. In the end, despite all their precautions and with all the technology in the universe, these people have nowhere to go except out and through. This system, this entire situation is a giant ticking time bomb. There's only one way to stop it once and for all. We have to destroy that amplifier. It's brutal, but Mission Command has trained us to make hard choices. These people have shown me kindness, but I'd trade them all in for the safety of Sol.
Okay.
I've gathered a handful of fighters who want to stop this downward spiral at once, regardless of their own thinking. It's gonna take serious preparation to make this work, but you've always kept a cool head when I couldn't. Awaiting your command, Wing Leader.
Huh. Okay. Oh, now I got another proposition to listen to.
Hello there, pilot. Since you and your friend have already inspected the merchandise, I guess there's nothing else for it. It's time to put all our cards on the table. When you've got a moment, have a look at the briefing I just sent you. And before you flip your hatch, I'm not asking you to betray Earth. Well, I guess I am, but, you know, times and all that. Think about where you want your legalities to lie. Mull it over, consider all possible consequences. You're not the first to attempt this mission, but you might just have a shot at success.
Alright. Track the status of each mission in Mandarin. Okay. So my character is definitely straight up loyal to the Terrans. It's not that one. No. There it is. Smoking gun. Listen to Hale's proposition. Why do I need to listen to her proposition? I am going to do what she wants me to do. Open her briefing. Okay. I guess she's gonna call me here in a minute.
Is she insane? She can't possibly think that we would ever ally ourselves with her against the Protectorate. Actually, now that I think about it...
Yeah.
God, these pieces of human trash are already contemplating genocide to save themselves. There's no reason we shouldn't do the same. Yeah, you know what? Let's tell Mission Command about this whole mess. Get the Terran Navy to warm up the big guns.
Please, my ethically challenged assistants. Consider the immeasurable suffering this may bring upon these poor people.
Shut up, Squid. Nobody invited you.
Is that it? Let's see. Smoking gun. Job well done. Talk to Delight. Mutually assured destruction. Shortly on fire. Now, I think I want to talk to Delilah about this and let her know that this is happening. Yeah. Nope, no, set to active. Come back. Set to active. Talk to Delilah, and I can go through there. Very good. Let's do that.
Autopilot engaged.
But I need Dow. Okay. I'm not going to worry about getting Dow right now, since I am planning to do the Terran option. Regardless. Yeah, that's right. It's like, run home, tell Delilah, tell Mama Delilah. Like, please send me a whole Terran fleet to handle this. Since I lost my small fleet already. Oh, come on. Autopilot is so frustrating.
Disengage.
Ah, potentially. Yeah, because it seems like there's a Terran option there with Hale, your old wingmate. But there is a third option of actually going to Delilah, because the briefing's like, we think you know some information, we'd like you to come back and brief us on it. I just dread the trip all the way around again.
Entering.
Sorry, friend. I'm afraid I'll have to lay low. With these cybernetics and this ship, any Terran we come across would shoot me on sight.
Yeah, and I still got my cover is active right now. Can we turn the cover off? Oh, please turn the cover off before I get close to that defense
Cover
station.
deactivated.
Thank you. I still can't believe I lost my other ships, the Falks and the Katana. Should not have brought them with me.
Cover activated.
Stop
Yaki.
activating. No, I don't want the cover active. Turn the cover off, turn the cover off.
Cover deactivated. Entering system. Getsofune. Autopilot engaged.
Yeah, that's a big downside in my opinion. Alright, so the katana went down there. I still got a Kukuri escape pod sitting out there. Where's the Fox escape pod? Did it get back to a station maybe? Well, somebody fired a missile at me. It gave me the whole fire flares tutorial for a moment there. So somebody tried. Down to one katana. No Fox. No other katana. What was that? Oh, I got a mail message. My current location. If you're ready to continue our adventure, hit this handy button and meet me at the location. Hail. Oh. He's like, here's where I'm at. Don't really care. I'm going to talk to Mama Delilah. That's still trying to build. I better get a big payday for this.
Entering
New ship?
system.
Another new ship? That'd be nice.
Sol.
I really hope that there's a big payday at the end of this from from the Terrans. Like maybe a Tokyo or some other big ship. Large. It doesn't have to be XL, just one of the large ones. Combat. A combat large. Retro says I'll like it. Retro's been pretty spot on with what I would like and not like so far. Just not spot on with like, oh, you can go in with just your spacesuit. You had that one a little bit wrong. Good thing Dig came by to save you.
Entering Mars.
Entering Mars. Can't be right about everything. No, no. That is true. And if you are right about everything, get a few things wrong on occasion just so people don't think you're really weird. Alright, so I hope this doesn't mess up the story by going to her. Oh, you haven't gone to this part yet. Okay. Well, thank you for the look. Thanks for watching and chatting today, and I hope to see you next Monday, if not before then. I know you only tune in for X4, but if you want to check out the other games throughout the week, happy to have you drop by. But you have a good evening or night, wherever you're at. Take care.
Docking granted.
Woo! Came in a bit hot. Talk to Delilah.
Successfully docked.
Isn't there a song about a Delilah?
It's an honor to have you aboard.
Can't remember it right now if there is.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Alright, let's see what she has to say and see if she'll offer me some more assistance. About the Yaki.
So, what's the status of the investigation?
I guess we'll have to go with I reached a conclusion.
Excellent. Then tell me, are these Yaki an organized threat to the Protectorate? Do they have a base of operations that we can target?
Yes and yes. Number 4. Yes, I have located their HQ.
Outstanding work, Operative. I will relay this intel to intervention right away. Those overblown grunts will finally see the importance of the work we do. If you want to participate, you'd better prepare for action. Once the Protectorate forces are underway, I'll mark their position for you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Nice choice. Those Yaki won't know what hit 'em. No, I mean it. They have no idea what you just did. And I'm certainly not gonna tell them. Oh, that upcoming invasion will be the perfect opportunity to take down the amplifier station.
Yeah, dig. Put in PokeStart, and it'll give you, like, starting gear and everything to do the Poke catching.
Katana.
Another thing, Operative. Intervention has gracefully provided us with a military asset. Should we deign to support their upcoming operation? A discommissioned model by the looks of it. It may require a few finishing touches to become fully functional again, but I'm sure you can make use of it. I'll transmit the ship's location to you. Consider it a reward for your efforts.
Alright. So, a new ship. Potentially Oh. Yes.
Sin.
Delilah's swan song.
Requesting permission to dock.
Docking not possible.
Okay. Okay. I have a new ship.
Katana.
Need a spacesuit. I gotta fly around and find the thing to repair first. Got the scan mode. Can I just claim it by right-clicking, maybe? Oh no, I hear it. I hear it. Yeah. They're so big. Yeah, I'll know ahead and get a big ship. Yep. I was just about to say the same thing. Is it on the top side? Guess I gotta go. Oh. Thank you for the follow, Dig. I'm sitting here so focused on trying to find this thing. You startled me there. I appreciate the follow there. I really appreciate that. I'm now halfway to the 50 goal for getting, I forget the name of it, affiliate, or whatever they call it. So thank you. Much appreciated. Alright, I hear it louder now. it's getting further away, but it's still to the right. Ah, there it is. It's like it's on the bridge. I should have just went to the bridge first. There we go.
Docking granted.
I was very close to the docking port. That's awesome. Absolutely, anytime. I'm Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. And then if you're interested in pencil and paper games, I stream one typically every other Saturday, but we got vacations right now. So that's going to come back in 2 weeks, and then it's going to take another small break, then be back on the regular every other Saturday schedule. It's a lot of fun if you're into RPGs. I would highly recommend it. It's a Fallout campaign. I need to turn around and get this ship docked. I need a crew. Is this station going to be able to do that? I don't think so. Let's take the Katana. Cannot dock. Katana, let me see. I didn't give you a captain, did I? Did not. Promote Vesper crew member to captain? I don't have the option. Why not? Alright. Swan song. Send one crew member over. Send over all the Marines too.
Requesting permission to dock.
Docking permission granted.
Not you. It's
Can I help?
Work somewhere else. Work on the Katana. Right click the ship. Select role. Nope, I can't assign a captain.
Over now.
To the Katana. It's auto saving. Pencil and paper RPGs. So, like D&D. D&D, Pathfinder. Like I said, the one on Saturdays is Fallout. Using Modiphius's and Bethesda's core rulebook for a 2D20 system. Lots and lots of fun for us that are playing. I got 2 players right now. So yeah, if you're into that kind of thing. We use Fantasy Grounds to do our digital top. We're all remote.
Hello there.
Hello.
Got a captain here now, so I can go out. I'm going to have to go back to my spacesuit and get into the Katana and have it docked. New spacesuit. Come on. Because I can't put anybody in charge of the Katana for some reason. So I have to dock it manually.
Docking granted.
Okay, your paper RPGs with a question mark there made me think I had to explain it. I misunderstood the question. I apologize. Alright.
Docking not possible.
I thought it was big enough. Oh well. I'm not taking this ship to this battle. Just not gonna happen.
Terran wharf. Docking granted.
Illegal data on drone detected.
Yeah. That was a small surprise to me, I suppose. I shouldn't have been surprised, though. I should have realized it.
Successfully docked.
Really?
It's an honor to have you aboard.
Well, that means it's cool to have it. Even more cool to have it. Alright, let's make it dock so I can get on board it. Come on, give me the option. Delilah's one song. Dock and wait. Can I activate SATA here? No.
Hello. Hello.
Excuse me. Actually, I can get to the Veil of Thunder.
Gladius.
Let me conduct the Veil of Thunder on Sin.
Sin. Docking granted.
Yeah.
Successfully docked.
It's unfortunate with some of those ships that you have to wait until you have your own shipyard. Oh no. I went to the brig. I want the bridge. What are you doing?
Autopilot disengaged.
Yeah.
Please hold.
Let's
We will
move
be
it that
scanning
way.
your cargo hold. Sure, scan
I
anytime.
need to find
You can go. The scan came back clean. No surprise there.
somewhere to get crew members. I don't think we're going to get one in this area. All right. Let's go activate the mission. Got 1 minute, 30 seconds until she tells us where the next invasion attempt's going to happen. Where is it at? Finally. Pucky catch.
Autopilot engaged.
Got to get crew for this large ship. Don't have enough yet. Alright, so it says fly to the asteroid belt. Oh, no, sorry. Argon. No, that's my custom thing.
Autopilot disengaged.
Alright, we'll just go there.
Autopilot engaged.
They do. There is a Pokemon game. It uses, I don't know which generation it uses. It uses one of the later generations, but they put in like all the generation of Pokemon in there. It's just a Pokemon game online, I think. And it looks like the old original yellow, blue, green. Uses WASD to walk around. I've played it. I had a small group of friends. We all played it quite a bit. And it's fun. You got trading, you got battles with the players, you still have the like all the same quest lines you had in the original games too. Go around to the gyms to get to badges. You should be able to find it just by doing a Google search for it. If you want to get addicted for a little while. Because that will happen. Alrighty. We're going to take a look at this ship's loadout. Switch to their ship overview. What do we got? All around Mark 1 with shield, Mark 2 shields. All around Mark 2, Mark 2 shields. Okay. Terran main battery. Mark 1. Is there a Mark 2 of it? Bolt. They're all bolts, aren't they? Bolt. Yeah, they're all bolts. That's okay. That's doable. All the best software. Just crew members are short. Yeah. Have you played the latest ones on Switch?
Entering asteroid belt.
Arceus was a good one. I liked it. My wife and I, whenever there's two that come out, my wife and I buy. She picks one, I pick the other one. So we got both of the most recent ones. Arceus, there wasn't two versions, so we both ended up with Arceus. And Arceus, that was the first one they did where it's actually more third-person over-the-shoulder camera instead of top-down view. And then, of course, they did that for, I can't even remember the name of the most recent ones now. But they did that for them too. Yeah. That usually is catalyst for getting anything that anybody enjoys is like, gotta have a job first, and then we can get stuff we like. But I hope you find one quick. I know it's not fun being without work. I would not wish that on anybody. So unfortunately, I cannot command my katana because I can't promote anybody to captain. I guess it's because it's got the whole disguise thing on it. I don't have the money to buy any other ships yet. Oh, nice. Very nice. Now, if it's not too much to ask, is that return just interest return or dividend return? Because I'm trying to get into stocks and everything. I've been working on studying and trying to make sure I make the right choices for the last 6 months or so. Yeah, reinvesting the money is always the better option. Mostly interest. Okay. Yeah. I'm trying to work a dividend strategy myself. It's working okay so far. I wouldn't say it's perfect by any means because I'm still learning. Vegas and bet it all on red. All right. I had my Roth IRA, and I bought a bunch of. At some point, I don't remember when I decided to, but because I was just putting money in there, I decided I'm just gonna buy shares that do dividends, and marked them all for reinvestment, and it's grown. So I was like, well. That's because I can only put $6,000 in the Roth IRA, of course, every year. So I was like, I got a little bit of extra money too. So let's try to do a brokerage. So I opened up a brokerage, and so far I've had success. I'm still hesitant, just getting my feet wet. Alright. It's going to be a long trip to get back in there and take out that ship, or that station. Do not run into the asteroid, please, autopilot. You're going to run into the asteroid. Right through it. Does red always work in Vegas Lane? I feel like that's shaky bet to put it all on red. Is it 50-50? So what kind of ship are we following in? An Asgard. The Spear of Odin. That's a cool name. Okay, I've turned off autopilot being stupid.
Disengage.
And charging travel mode on these large ships, I feel like that's a hefty downside to them.
Entering system. The Void.
Crypto scans got pretty bad for a little while there. I was in crypto about 3 years ago, 4 years ago. I couldn't dedicate enough time to it to really learn it right. I was using what was it, Coinbase. Well, then they got into trouble. I was like, oh man, better get out of that. I wish I'd been one of those people that had crypto when it first came out. Held on to it for what, 10 years and sell it for millions. Then you got to worry about the government trying to get into crypto too. They're always going to get their grubby hands in on everything. Hi, Wolf. How are you doing this evening? Or what are you doing up so late? So I know you got the same time zone I do. I got sucked into a storyline. I can't put it down. So that's why I'm still up. But you're usually in bed by now. Can't sleep, yeah. Yeah. Alright, are we not going at travel mode? Travel speed? Okay, let's do autopilot again for a little bit. Oh no, they're not. Never will. It doesn't matter what government you go to in the world, they're all going to be trying to get their piece of the pie. Yeah, that's a certain way of putting it.
Autopilot disengaged. Autopilot engaged.
Follow spirit of Odin. There we go. Now we're doing travel mode. Is the NE supposed to be not? A wild Numel has appeared. Numel? This is taking forever. Are these ships coming with us? Is that why we're waiting on them? Is that why it's taking so long? Fly to without overshoot. I'm on autopilot right now, which is not overshooting it. Or you want to get a closer look at the ship? Remove the order win on top. I don't know. Because we're... I don't know. I'll try that next time it does a slowdown.
I'm terribly sorry to disrupt your magnificent focus.
Oh, I need to press F to answer.
Hello there. An irksome ship has completed its travels right in this sector. Somehow, it is managing to distort the station's sensors, preventing me from witnessing a solar event in the Great Reef Nebula. I suggest you take care of this annoyance before it manages to disrupt even more observations.
I don't really have time for that right now, Pusota. And there's an autosave. Alright, Slain. Fly to fly. With overshoot. Remove the order when on top. So, okay, I think I understand what you're saying. Oh, it's another mission? I just told him no. I told him that I don't have time for it. Why would I be doing that, Slane? I don't understand the reason for it when autopilot seems to be following okay-ish. I want to understand the reasoning on it. I'll give it a try, but I want to understand it too.
Autopilot disengaged.
Okay. But then if you turn it off just as you hit the top of it, wouldn't that... And you're still going to travel a little ways and overshoot the target. Sounds like something I have to practice to get the timing down right.
Entering system. Second contact.
Don't run into things. And I'd have to give, to do it as a command, I'll have to give control to the captain. So let's get in position first, and then we'll do it when the sort of Odin decides to move again. So we still got a ways to go. Got to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more jumps. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use Seda. Is it gonna go, or do I have to be in the pilot seat to make it go? To make the target ship move? Nope, there it goes.
Might as well just eject.
Oh, there we go. Seda is a lifesaver for things like this. Except now it won't go into travel mode. I have to do everything myself. Yeah.
Can I help?
No, I don't want to talk to you.
Sir?
I want to take command of the ship. Because you don't know how to keep into Seda mode. Right.
Autopilot disengaged.
I think so. And Asgard and 2 Tokyos, yeah. The Spear of Odin is the leader of the fight, and then 2 carriers. I don't have a reason to stay here and wait for him to go through the portal, so I'm just going to jump through and then wait for him on the other side.
Entering system. Argon
go.
Prime.
We'll go up to next system too. I think. I hope this doesn't make him stay there. The Terran ships, in my opinion, are the best. Yeah, right? They really do have that just pristine, we are the Terrans look to them. My joystick is doing its thing.
Entering system. Atikva's choice.
And we're gonna go sit next to the jump gate and wait for the invasion fleet to get here. We'll probably have a few Xenon come through the jump gate while we're waiting. Give us something to do. Now I can let the pilot take back over for a little bit. Make sure we don't have any orders that are going to interfere with anything. Like follow ship. There he is. He's coming through now. Oh no, that's not the right gate. Stopped at the wrong one. I do wish the Terran fleet would hurry up. They're not making this easy.
Awaiting orders.
They're right there. Let's get our turrets set. Them to attack all enemies. Keep the main batteries. Let's do. Give it a 3 and then I'll do that. Yep. Here comes a hostile. Let's see if we open fire on it. No? Oh, it didn't come. It stayed up there. Alright, let's turn on SATA and get the command ship here. Well, that was much quicker than I've ever taken one down before. Hold up, where are you going, ship? Flee, why are you fleeing? No, 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 no. That is bad.
Awaiting orders.
There he went. Another autosave that's gonna take forever. We're almost there, guys. Almost there.
Entering system. Sarka's Cascade.
So it's getting itself into some trouble there. I wonder if we ought to come back and help it at all. Probably should.
Danger. Hazardous region detected.
Nice, seems to be doing okay. It's got a bunch of those Meson streams going.
P. P. E.
Now that's some heavy weapons fire. If we can just lead them correctly without hitting our allies. Oh yeah, yep. This sector is one of the worst. Alright, let's see. What's the plan here? You gonna go to travel mode anytime soon, buddy? Yeah, except they got their fighters all out.
Danger. Hazardous region detected.
Can it go? There it goes. Now he's going to travel drive. This is the one sector I'm like, let the Xenon have it. I don't care to be in here having my shields damaged constantly.
Danger. Hazardous region detected.
Yep. That's the truth. But these NPCs are supposed to be helping me. So I'm like, don't lose any ships, please. I need your help to do this battle. Wonder why we're stopping here.
Danger. Hazardous region detected.
What? I didn't kill any Terrans.
Xenon defense platform. M. M. Danger. Hazardous region detected. Asgard. Danger. Hazardous region detected.
I'm gonna go onto the jump gate. There's a Terran patrol carrier Tokyo that's hostile to me.
Danger. Hazardous region detected.
Yes, the scale of this game is pretty awesome. Why is this thing hostile to me? Owners unknown. Did it get captured by the Xenon? That would be bad. That's how I ended up killing one. I had mines over there. That's why it said I killed somebody. Friendly. There we go. Ah, I can see it. I did love the scale, although there are times when it's a bit overwhelming with how massive it is.
Danger. Hazardous region detected.
He hasn't moved from that spot yet.
Danger. Hazardous region detected. Entering Arcus Cascade 17.
Alright, we're gonna wait near the aqueduct here. I think.
The aqueduct.
Alright, man, you take care. I'm probably going to wrap up here in a minute just because it's taking so long to get there. But you have a good night, and we'll see you next time. save games between the initial situation in here. My place to, I guess they took out my engines. What about the boat? We'll have to continue some of the time with one of our autosaves. It is getting a bit late over here. I was hoping to be able to finish that mission, but the NPC fleet was just too doggone slow. So, thank you all for sticking around this long. Those of you that did, thanks for the new follows and chats and talking and new information about the game and everything else. We will see you next time. I'll be back tomorrow with Baldur's Gate. And until then, you have a good evening. Thank you all.